gospel, be able to speak and be upright and share the narrow way. That's what we're here to do. Show people to the narrow way, right? That's what the word says. So I'll do what your word tells me. So that you are the word, and that is more important to me than anything on this rock. Anything I see in my eyes experience maybe more nature than, but experience maybe more nature than, but he's the word. He's the word. You can't see the word, right? The word was spoken. He makes me seek him, seek the word, and I can share it and be charitable, as he said. To be charitable is to, when he says agape, that's what love is. Love is not phileo. That's earthly ruled. Earth is the ruled. So most people's dialect is alien. There's no such thing as alien. So that's why he said another gospel, and that's any change. The Hebrew word is froward, means to pervert. Most people are very perverted when it comes to the word. So can't turn goats into sheep. It's not possible. Predestination. So he's the divider of the flock, the sheep, the goats, from the foundation of the world. So all glory to Shiloh. Edify and lift up his agape. Share the good news, right? So most people don't know news, northeast, west, and south. They think they're spinning on a planet. So, but a planet anywhere in the scripture. So, and great planets. That's okay. Like I said, most people are perverted. Most people go to hell. That's what the scripture says. You read the book of Matthew. So that's not the only place it talks about that, but it talks about two gates. Straight, very few find the straight. It says oligos, O-L-I-G-O-S, oligos. That means a puny number. Just a fraction, just a tiny. Remember, he says, fear not, oligos, flock. So his flock is tiny. Father doesn't love anybody. He only loves his bride. That's the gospel. So, predestination. Remember, he already divided vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Goats. Do the works of their father, the devil, Leviathan, the crooked serpent. The halo, the ring, like a crown, like a crown, round, like a ring. That's a serpent. And you ever visually idolatry imagery see a halo? That's a serpent. That represents the devil, right? That word's never written in the text, just so you know. There's no such thing as a devil. So that's a translation, and he tells us not to translate his word. So don't even add a jot. That's a dot. Now they live on it and spin on it at 1,040 miles an hour on planet. Earth is the ruled, so you can't live on Earth. Whoa. I got an alien dialect, this gloss of tongue. No such thing as speaking in tongues. No such thing as aliens. Whoa. Kind of a mess, isn't it? This WHIRLED or WORLD world. Are you spinning? Remember that Hebrew word is perverted. So pervert. To add, twist, warp, change, take away, add. Remember, he said, don't do that. Or you'll go to hell. How about that? You'll blot. You read the book of Colossians. Remember, he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances. So no more physical rituals, laws, fees, fines, celebration. We're not under the law. It's faith. And faith alone. Faith, you can't see faith, you can't see the word, can you? Faith without works is dead. He said, Maranatha, until I return, have your loins girded in my service. So your life is supposed to be reflection. Remember, conform in Paul's writings, predestination. I divided the ones that will conform, do what I did, stand against perverted law, stand against religion, and stand against, the church, perversion, the law, government, same thing. Pigs, he said, don't cast your pearls, that's your treasure, remember? 2 Kings, King of the Abyss, remember? So why do you think they put a crown of thorns on his skull, into his cranium? Oh yeah. Got a little low spike here. We're gonna have some more shoulder. We're off the grid, so you have to stand by there. Are you off the grid? He said, come out of her, my people. Are you feeding the beast? You have a meter, a smart meter. How smart are you? Feeling freedom, da-dum-dum-dum. Christ would have been obviously standing up to this beast system called America. It's a war machine. Fake Israel, right? It's the war beast. Didn't they just bomb the oldest Christian church on this rock? Whoa. So nothing's happening. Don't worry about it. Christianity is paganism, Catholicism. So that's Satanism. So all their isms. He said he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Remember? The Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands, correct? Didn't he declare a witness twice, as he always does to make a contract? Not a religion. So destroyed the physical temple with his prophecy. No stone be left upon another. I don't know what people are smoking. Remember, it was pounded on the rock tablets. That might be what they're smoking. So they always come in here and try to push drugs on me like the government. So I don't like the government. Remember, pigs, people in government? He said, don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Swine are pigs, right? Pigs. Bad boys, what you gonna do? Gonna give me your license, huh? Got a 98.5% of the corporate debt slave merchants take a plea deal, agree to let the bar gain, take a please number and gain. Let the bar will gain off my merchant number. So that's the law that you be judged by. You're a merchant. You're merchandised. They merchandise you. They did. You've been merchandised whether you like it or not. You're Chuck E. Cheese. Well, you've been tokenized. So, blockchain credit scored. Communism. Digital blockchain. Like the chain to the key, to the pit, to the gate, to the wide. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. There's key. Who has the key to the pit? The king has the key. The angelos, remember, he gives it the key to open up and let out the angel of the abyss. No knowledge. Oh, nope, you're not supposed to be quiet. He said, don't boast because you know, but whoa, if you don't go share the light. So he's the light, remember? He's the Rizzo. He divides the light. He's pure light without blemish, spotless. He's spotless. It's not, he cannot sin. Everything he does is always perfect. Don't you know? Well, it is. It's what it is. It's just the way it works. Remember, faith without works is dead. So he already chose from the foundation of the world who his bride would be and who are the vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. Remember? It's okay. Remember, I'm not trying to turn goats into sheep in here. That's not what this channel is about. It might be on its last days. Might be seeing our last days of High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, HD Fat, for a while, but we'll see. Father has a plan, right? If I make him, he'll wreck him like a bowling ball. Or maybe like Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball, huh? Oh, well, Jimmy Crack Corn, and I don't care, right? I don't. It's mind over matter. He doesn't mind, and I don't matter to him. No. He beats the people he loves the most, so he must love me a little bit. Yep, he made people like Gary. Gary's been hanging out with Donald Trump. He's got some around his lips. You got some lips there, Gary. The snail. Got a snail trail from Donald's pumping, dumping, hubba bubba bubbles. Not allowed in here. So you got to take that somewhere else. Nope. One race. It's an abomination for a man to smoke another man's pole, right? So no pole worship in here, smoking poles. You got to take that somewhere else there, Gary. Squidward, huh? SpongeBob, little under the sea. Take your nonsense somewhere else, you child. It's an adult-only stream. Yeah, your man chowder, you goo gobble. Go somewhere else. Turkey day's over here. Turkey neck. Gobble gobble. Yeah, what have you been shoving down your throat? How's your thyroid? Ooh, get out of here. Don't say anything else, Gary. I'll smash you. Like a snail. Crush you. Oh, maybe just put a little salt on you. I'm a little salty today. I know that's snails and slugs. Remember? Leaving a snail trail everywhere you go, Gary? That must be a fun name to have, huh? Come in here and try to play a little Squidward, huh? There you squid. You're a snake, a serpent, leviathan, that crooked maybe octagon. Remember? Like the eye, like the hive mind, like in your face. Hey, don't sit near the television. You know, the television's in their face. You got Gary. That's what happens to people like Gary. So. Oh, we lost our light. Cool. Now you can't see my face. Hold on, I'll go get another light. We got another light? Hold on. Let me see if we have one outside. Oh. Well, I'm going to let the birds out. Hold on. Oh, hungry, Mr. Bone? And we got farm duties out here. We got chickens and animals to feed here in a minute. Oh, cats, chickens, and let's go get your bowl. Let's get your bowl. Good job. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Well, Mr. Bone. Do some puppy gravy. Turkey. Good job. Good job, puppy dog. One second here, we're doing some farm duty. Whoa, let's flip that back around. Phew, come around. Phew, there we go. Turn that off. Okay. Got to get the birds fed. Got the ladies out here, the chickens out here, and feed the cats and do all of our farm duties. Give me uno momento. Turkey's fed. Puppy's fed. You hungry? Get there. It's time for breakfast. All right, there we go. All right, we got our solar lights. So thank you, Father, for the sun. Ability to, so we can see what we're talking about. Can you see what I'm saying? Was that good breakfast? Was that good breakfast? Was that good breakfast? Yes, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy yesterday, too. All right. Well, thanks for joining me. Oh, hold on. I got a message. What is this? No credit score. I don't have no credit score. So, if it wasn't for bad credit, I wouldn't have any credit at all. I have land, so I need credit. So, what do you need credit for if you own your land, right? But, all right. Well, here we are, a couple more days here. Actually, I didn't even look at the calendar because I'm so bad at not doing the calendar thing that for some reason I thought that the 2nd was Monday. It's not, it's Tuesday. So I don't know. Maybe this attorney will call Monday. Maybe that's the out that I didn't see or something. I don't know. I saw that Black Friday and I didn't even look past that. It's just a couple days, but whatever. So nothing's going to change. That's why I'm glad I didn't call them. You know, whatever's going to happen is going to happen in this case. So I'll have to just deal with it. And at least I'll know I took it to trial, and they're either going to back down or take me to trial. So checkmate. Got him backed in the corner. If they don't want to take me to trial, there's no evidence. He hasn't called any evidence in my favor. There is no evidence. It's all evidence against me. So even with a paid attorney, he didn't go collect any evidence. He hasn't talked to me about anything. He hasn't investigated anything. He hasn't done anything. So it's okay. That's how I know Father's doing it, because it's always like this when Father does it. So he makes people do everything they do, right? So even if it's self-will, what you doing, handsome mansion boy? My puppy's hanging out here with the dad. Hey, don't. Don't do the paws. I just got my arm. No, keep your paws down. I just got that arm tattoo. And I want you putting your paws on my arm. So, hanging out with my buddy, my puppy. Oh, he's my boy. He's my boy. He's the best guy that I ever had. He is the best guy that I ever did have. All right. Oh my goodness, I'm getting kicked. He's flopping around on the couch. He's being crazy, boy. He's being crazy. He's being crazy, boy. I love you, Bobo. You're such a good boy. You scratch my couch to death. You know that? You are the one who makes all the scratches on the couch. You are the scratchy boy. You're the scratching boy. So, he's a good guy. I love my puppy boy. I love my big sweet was a good boy. We went to town yesterday. Got some more tattoo work done because I knew the attorney wasn't going to call. So maybe he'll call me today. I don't think so now. Now that I know that Monday is not court, he'll probably call me Monday. So whatever. Had to go get a suit. If they're going to take me to trial, I probably, if they're going to, people are very superficial and judge by their cover. So I think it's probably important that I have some kind of suit and tie on. And I didn't have a tie. So I said, might as well I went in town and bought a suit. I will, guess we'll see Monday what goes on Monday now. See if the attorney will call me Monday before court, day before court. Not going to change anything then, so. That's a fourth article, so still in the district courts, not in the. I'll file appellate case it's a mistrial already. I have no witness in my favor, nothing, no evidence, nothing. The attorney has not brought any evidence. I've asked him, I paid him, tens of thousands of dollars, but didn't do anything. So that's nothing. I got a lot more in this case than that. So I figured I might as well just go get a tattoo. They can't steal your tattoos, man. They can steal your wife and steal your dog, steal your car. See how they steal your heart. Some feels like it, but they can't steal your tattoos. So get more tattoos. No, do whatever you want. It's not what goes in a man that files a man, or a woman defiles, not files. It's what comes out of the man, the people. So the woman. So one race, the human race, man and woman. That's what I do. So that's all we do in here. Okay. No other races, no aliens, no planets, no big feet, no speaking in tongues, no free will, no luck, no fortune. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but Father's doing it. So they already released my daughter on the same charges they have me charged on. 14 months ago, they released her charges for the same charges they're holding me for the same thing, doing the same thing. So my charges should have been dropped 14 months ago. I shouldn't have had to get this attorney. Father's doing it. He's beating me like he always does, but one daily beating at a time. So here we are, I've been up for a while, just hanging out with my puppy and supping with Father. But he has whatever he has, it's already written. Nobody's going to do anything to me that Father didn't already write. So I'm not a bad man because I try to stand up and make, not let them throw my son in jail. So, yeah, it's been 550 days since they SWAT raided this house, grenaded me in the face. I've suffered a concussion from day one. I've never been to the doctor. I'm still having respiratory issues. I'm not bleeding. I'm not hemorrhaging out of my head, my skull, my cranium anymore, and that's been a while. But I still suffer a lot from that day. It's scarred me for life. My eyes ruined and vision's gone, and I have vision, but I can't read like pennies or anything anymore. I can't. The right side of my eyes all messed up. Sure, I need to eventually get to a doctor, but now I don't even know what's going to go on with that. I don't know leaving the country right now and going to South America. I'm sure I can. Life goes on, but I don't want to be targeted as an American right now in South America. We are absolutely tyrants, and what we're doing right now is, as Americans, being awful forgetful about all the wars that we've, been beating the snot out of everybody for 100 years, and it's going to come back sooner or later. You can't just keep forcing everybody to do things your way, pay for oil, and stomp the hell out of them and drop democracy and freedom bombs on people and think it's not going to come back to you. So I carry the weight of the world on my shoulder. This country, what it is, what it's done, where we're going, and so I'm exhausted every day. But he gets me up and carries me. Might just be because I got drilled on yesterday too a little bit. Got some of this all filled in. Got all that band done. I think I want to get one more line. I'm sure if I go back in there one time, and I'll go get another piece of work and ask him to do, you know, um, do that. And then he went over my sign the stars, sun, and moon, and so that red was having some issues. So he went over all the red again, so it looks good again. So thank you, Father, for having the ability to have some extra funds to go get a tattoo, so I can continue to share as a pastor and minister this gospel. This allows me to do what I do. So I've been doing it for a long time. So there's lots of it on the channel if you want to go back and see what I'm talking about, how I teach through the tattoos the scripture that I have on my arm. So I'm going to work on another piece here soon. I talked to him, Garrett, the artist that did this crown for me, and it was right here, so it was right there, and so he finished doing that so I can get this, and then this was kind of a little bit more, fix that trumpet a little bit for me too. So I'm thankful that I have the ability to have good healthy skin and can heal quickly. I just had this one done like 4 or 5 days ago, and it's almost healed. And he really drilled that in my right in here. So, but it's sticking. Look at that. It's just sticking. How was that over? Oh, I got a splinter. Hold on. So, yeah, that's some fresh ink there. Look at that. Look at the color of that dark. I mean, all my black is still real dark. But now it's finished. See, finally my sleeve is finished. It's been a while, and I could only see that. You couldn't see that, from above, but I look at it every day. So, a wolf, no, I don't have any wolves. So, actually, I'm going to take this coat off because it's getting a little warm in here. Put on my other. I got to make something for breakfast here in a few. So, oh my goodness. But it was a good one. It was a good day. Because I always like to get tattoos, because then I can continue to share the gospel. So through my tattoo work. So, I'm going to change the wise men scene on the left. Yeah, so I don't know which one you were talking about, but I got work going. Oh, it's a whole sleeve, It's all scriptural and spiritual, chemtrailers and day moons and blood moons and dragons and eclipses and worlds and stars. There's old Revelation 12, the only man that has the Revelation 12 sign. Right there along the ditch. Not in the ditch. I'm glad I didn't have the ditch, but that's your ditch. So that's kind of tough spot too, right there in that, right that arm there. But I don't mind. If I had it, if one day, Jason, I hope to have something like that here at the ministry. I'd hope to hire somebody to do, videographer for me, and I will. I'll get to that. If I don't go to jail, I'm gonna flood this place with people. I am. I know I will. Not here. I'm not going to bring them here to this ministry, but I have another 20 acres up the road, and I'm going to start people out. I have tried for a while. It didn't work for 10 years, but it'll give me the ability to go on the road and have people here so I can do the things I need to do on the road and travel, which I would like to do. If Father will allow me. I can't do anything without Father. Father's in control of my life 100%. What I was thinking about is going, and have somebody do that too, because I want to produce better content. And while I'm gone, I could send, things out on the road to somebody who wants to be a part of this ministry and make that a full-time thing for them out here. They can do it at their leisure, but you know what I'm saying? They can do it whenever they want. But I got to get that studio built first. So if you haven't followed the ministry, I don't know how long you follow the ministry. A lot of stuff out here. I mean, there's multiple buildings, and there's a $250,000 storm shelter that I've built, and there's 40 acres I've sold Kevin now, the other 5, and I'm going to purchase a vehicle. I need to probably come up with another $5,000 before I buy it, and I'm just buying mileage is all. I'm just buying the miles. I could purchase a truck right now, but I don't want to purchase a truck until at least I know what's going on with court, and then afterwards, it's like I could put this property on the grid possibly for, it'd probably take double what I have now, maybe a little more, but I'll do that. It'll all come to me. It's just because it's ministry. I don't do anything other than the ministry. I work full time since I'm retired and don't have to, the expenses of having a power bill and what I'm saying, and I have water catchment and, tanks and holding. I'm going to get the well drilled out here and stuff. So I don't have bills like people have. I've made that. I am the power company. I make my power through buying my own, charge controllers, power inverter, batteries, that type, and I take over that control of that, my supply chain. I just had to go take care of the chickens. I want to get more animals out here. I'm going to bring farmers out here, a couple farmers. So the way that I've, no, I don't know if I'm going to stream or not on Tuesday or not. But I'm glad it's Tuesday and not Monday. It gives me a little flash in the pan, not hope, but maybe the attorney will call me Monday. I was thinking Monday I had court. So I was thinking, man, I got to go to court first thing Monday. So maybe Monday he'll call and say, hey, the district attorney back down. They can't get any this person to show up, or he'll call me with another offer. Hey, they try to, they're going to give you a disturbing the peace ticket, or something. So they can try to make some more money after they just raped me for how long, of over $100,000 in the last, year and a half. And, I got more in this case, remember, because this case starts 5 years ago, and it's not even my case. It's my son's case. So my whole life has been, kind of shifted around this because, if you've been here, so, but wow. I was kind of glad this, I woke up and said, hey man, and just kind of take a look at my schedule here, and kind of looked at the calendar, and was looking at the calendar on, just the weather, not even looking at like a calendar, and notice, wait a minute, Tuesday's the 2nd. I thought Monday was the 2nd. So I don't know. That's actually, like I said, it kind of, there's a glimmer of something there. Because I'm not backing down. I'm taking it to court, and if I go to jail, I go to jail. So what? At least I can stand in my morals and know that I'm not the 98.5% of people in this country that have no fucking backbone at all. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Don't matter to me. One race, the human race. But these people are just, take it deep, bend me over, and just no Vaseline, no gasoline. And so I'm not that guy. Whatever happens to me, if they extort my merchant number, I didn't do it willingly. And I didn't do it to be a rebel. I didn't do it for fame or for, I did it because that's what Christ would do. And that's what he told us to do. Stand up against perverted law. So, you know, um, I don't know where I'm going to go at this point. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, it's Lake County and I be in county, but I don't know how long I'm facing or anything. I don't know anything. Paying this attorney did nothing. He gave me zero counsel. So, hey, watch. He's going to get it dropped maybe, right? And all the money is spent. It won't be in vain. But it didn't find Elijah, so I have to go right back at that as soon as he's done. I'm going to call Josephine County, and then I'm going after Josephine County. I will be placing a massive investigation on Josephine County. There's no way that county should not be investigated for not going and looking for Adriana Massey, my daughter. So if the case is finished, I'm going right back at this. I am not stopping. Heck no, you think of that? Hell no, I'm going right back where I started from. Yeah. Do you think I would do any different? No. So we'll be getting a hold of Josephine County. I'm going to find out who Marshall Radonich is. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to file the lawsuit, and I'm going to hire an investigator to go specifically tail and find Marshall Radonich where he's at, and find everybody that knows Marshall Radonich, snitch, bitch, whatever he is, fed or not. I don't know if he's a marshal, what he is, but I'm going to find out who he is, and I'm going to have an investigative team follow him and find my son. That's where they're going to find my son, is where Marshall's at, or wherever his tail, his hands will be on the death to my son, or not. But you mark my words, I'm not going to get that one wrong. That's where I sent the cops last time, remember? They said he was there, but they wouldn't go get him. So I got thrown in jail because of that, remember? telling the cops, I know you know where my son is at, and you guys are in, and they did, and they told me, and they threw me in jail because of that. So I served time, was extorted for $4,000 cash, not to include all the time and effort that I have, and lost all my Second Amendment right that day, remember? They took my weapons from me, the two that I'd never even used in my life. So I will not stop. Put me in jail is going to delay the process, but they better take me out when I'm in jail. Werner, and that's 100%, plausible and possible in there. So they don't like people like me on the outside, and they don't like people like me on the inside. So they don't like me, period. And I don't care what people think about me. So, but, no, they tried to delay it until next year. This attorney tried to delay it. They came to me and said, we'll give you a deal. Here's the deal. I said, no, this is what the attorney said. I have to tell you, this is your paid attorney. They wanted to delay it until January, next year. And they'll give you right now, if you take right now a single felony, right? No, a misdemeanor, the smallest misdemeanor, and take no supervised probation, we'll drop everything. We'll just drop it all. It's all done. That means I could be out of this country, traveling, doing whatever I need to do right now. And he said, I already know your answer. So he did. He said, I already know your answer. So I told him no to both of them. I said, okay, good, because you already knew my answer. So no is my answer. So if I get thrown in jail because of this, and I just talked to yesterday, so yesterday I talked to somebody that Kevin knows here, that her husband was given the same exact deal as me. A single misdemeanor with unsupervised probation. He fought it, and he got 2 years for fighting it. They just threw the book at him. It didn't matter his evidence. He got 2 years in jail because he fought it here. So just letting you know that was told to me by Kevin yesterday. that he was up, you know, at the local, and he goes up there sometimes. He has his own life, and was sitting there eating. And I think it's one of the ladies that he knows that I've talked to, her husband's in jail. I said, hey, that lady that you talk to sometimes, she came and I talked to her and said, yeah, same thing with you. He got offered a single misdemeanor and unsupervised probation. He fought it, and they gave him 2 years. They just threw the book at him when he went there. So probably what's going to happen to me, just so you know. But I'll be okay because I didn't let them do it willingly, did I? And I don't want that. I don't want to be separated from my dog. I have a lot of things here that, you know, could just walk off that are part of the ministry. I don't care about that. But, you know, I mean, the land will still be here when I get back. But, you know, that's a game changer. And so, whatever, though. I can't change any of it. Like I said, that's a game changer, but I can't change it. So, I'm not taking the deal. I'm going to take it to trial. So, if they throw me in jail, it's because I fought the system, okay? And that, even I think if I got a non-guilty verdict, unless they settle this before, if I go to trial, I don't think I'm going to come out of that courtroom that day. I'm just letting you know that. I don't think I'll come out of the courtroom. I think I'll be staying there. So, maybe this won't go to court. Monday, I didn't know Monday. I thought Monday was court. It's Tuesday. I was just a day off. I live out in the country, so I don't have a schedule like that. So it kind of, you think you know something about that? Well, I don't really care about it. It doesn't matter. So shouldn't even gone this far to begin with. But, you know, I have asked the attorney to posture before trial, and he didn't. So I don't know what he has for trial because he has not gone over anything with me, what he's going to talk about, and he hasn't brought no evidence in my favor. None. There's been no evidence, no witness, no evidence. I'm going in there with everything's against, you know, stacked against me. All the evidence is against me. There's no evidence in my favor, brothers and sisters. I'm really in a bad position now, evidentiary wise, because he didn't do anything. He didn't bring in any other of the YouTube evidence. The SWAT raid's not going to even brought up in court. Nothing's going to get it brought up. Elijah's 180 hours aren't going to get it brought up. It's only, did you stop your son? You know, did you hinder the police from telling your son to stop the vehicle? They already dropped a lot later on his charges 14 months ago for the same thing. So it is what it is. I've already told you, it's already written. Whatever's going to happen to me is not something that wasn't already written. So no man's going to do anything to me in that courtroom. No judge, no man in no black robes going to scare me, and hasn't scared me yet. As a matter of fact, I've told that judge to his face, you're going to prison one day. To his face, and pointed right at him in the courtroom and said, so are all you, every one of you involved in this case. So will that day come, or would be I the one that gets thrown in the back again in the shiny handcuffs, gets belly chained, and doesn't matter the outcome. Father already wrote it. So nobody's going to do anything to me. That's why they came here to try to kill me. They didn't get that, did they? So I know what they came here to do that night. So Father knows what they came here to do that night. So Father put them up to it. So just, I'm going to keep some money for that truck and keep it in my pocket. And that way, if they arrest me, I'll be arrested and have money on my books. Okay. So nobody will have to take care of me in there. Don't worry about taking care of me. Don't even know if anybody will write me in there. I don't think I'll hear from any of you. I don't. I think you guys will just go away. And if Kevin will keep the channel up, that might work. But most of you guys will just fade into the woodwork. So that's the way it'll go. So not one of you going to show up to my trial. So I don't think any of you will hang in there for years if I get stuck out here for years. So doesn't mean that I don't love you. I'm just a very straightforward person. If you've been in this ministry long enough, you know I wouldn't pussyfoot around and tell you something that, yeah, right, I'm not that guy. So, but I've enjoyed every moment that I've gotten to spend with everybody on this ministry, and it is the support that I needed, and Father provided that, and I'll get to be with you on the other end. So it doesn't matter. I don't have to show up to my court date. You don't have to take care of me. It's not what I'm saying. But nobody's there. There'll be no Veterans Administration, no victims advocacy. There'll be no evidence in my favor. So it's really not looking very good. Just being very upfront and forward with you. So am I worried? No. Am I anxious? No. Still as a board, you know what I'm saying? So, do I like it? Not at all. It sucks, but sometimes pleasure's, worse than the pain. So it's just pain, I guess, right? Pain in the ass, but it is what it is. I'll get over it. So now I really need to consider again if I don't go, how much time I want to spend looking for Elijah on this case, and before I should just leave this country. I don't care where I go. I shouldn't stay here. This is the only nation that has approved, genociding and starvation and bombing people, like what they've done in Gaza and stuff. This nation is sick in every way that there is. There is no way in hell that you can say anything good about America. Not one of you could ever come in here now and tell me there's anything good about this country. Nothing. The land itself, some people here, but the country itself, there is not one good thing about this country anymore. Nothing. This country is done. Put a fork in it. Silver's $60 some. Stop playing with yourself, telling you everything's okay in America. It's not. It's a nightmare. They have literally, ISIS terrorists out on the streets, failing the right of due process, kidnapping people. You know what I'm saying? So. But like I said, it's already written, so I ain't tripping about none of it. It'd just be easier when it's, when I can move in direction instead of backwards for a little bit, because I've been going backwards for so long. A lot of backwards, 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 so. But I know what's going on here. I know what's going on in this country. And like I said, I think it's absolutely hilarious. For nearly 2 years, I tried to get people to come out here off this ministry in Homestead, and not a single soul showed up. So it just shows me it's not meant to be. People make fucking excuses like assholes. Everybody's got one. But like I said, I want around people like that. I actually have done a lot of screening, and I know how I'm going to do this now. Actually, I don't want anybody here that's not motivated and does not need to be told what the hell to do, or needs to be told what to do. So, Father, save me the time. Like I said, I'd rather have no people here than one bad person to fuck it up for everybody else. So, I'm okay with that. I've got like I said, I've done this. I've been researching. I've already given you guys this homesteaders looking for helpers, and helpers looking for homesteads. And get on it and do it locally. Don't make fucking excuses for yourself. Do it where you're at. You don't need to be with me to pick up a skill set. You can go do it temporary. I already told you this website is off the chain. So the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to charge anybody who's self-motivated and I think has any bit of gumption, can bring their own tools. And I've passed up probably 100 people since I made my first posting on this homestead, but I'm not getting the right spiritual. So I have now, if this thing goes, doesn't go south, that that this will we'll take the Bowens property and offer people to start from the scratch there, from the ground up. I'm willing to give somebody a place to stay for $400 a month. I don't care. They can't mess anything up. I'll put on paper. I'll throw them out. I don't care. I'll do it myself if I have to. Nobody's going to come shit on my land and It's just not going to be that way. That's what I'm saying. I'm straight up with people. I'll tell this straight to whoever I have coming to my property, the property. I want it to be there. It can be. That's what I'm saying. So having the separate, I sold Kevin the 5 acres. So I only have 2 properties left, but I have 2 separate properties now where I can put people there. If I find somebody who has responsibility, I'm going to charge $800 a month to live in the cabin up front here. If I think I can bring them onto this property, that's like 10 hours a week. At $20 an hour, I will pay anybody that has any kind of labor that can read a tape measure and can build anything square. If not, I'll probably pay them $12 to $15 an hour if they can learn. So I've already figured out how to do this on a work trade. And if not, I'll just throw people out of here. I ain't going to let anybody stay here. And I'm going to make sure everybody comes, and we will literally, mob rule if I have to. Nobody's going to come here. But I'm going to make sure that if I come out here, that's right. I'll probably be running some background checks, asking a lot of questions. I mean, I've done hiring and firing. I've been a manager. I've been a leader, but I know how to deal with people. So that's why it's good that I don't have anybody out here that doesn't have motivation to get their get their ass here. There's no excuses. There are plenty of people who are, like I've already said, growing a garden in their windowsill, growing tomato plants in a 5-gallon bucket because they ain't taking no for excuses. They literally rent their neighbor's yard out because they're not doing anything with. They're growing at their community garden. They're doing these things. They're getting their skill set. That's why I passed on this homesteaders looking for helpers looking for homesteaders, because you don't need to leave where you're at. I guarantee there's somebody probably within, earshot maybe of you from where you're at right now that is hungry, just like me. Go look at this website on Facebook. Join that Facebook club. I don't like Facebook, but whatever that. Join that and you'll see there are literally hundreds of people just like me who don't have the helper. They need help with fencing. They need help with some of the basic stuff. They don't need to build houses. I could keep somebody here as a labor out here just busy if they just would work a little bit. I'm not asking anybody for anything. I never asked anybody for money to come live out here. So this is how I've decided to do this. You know what I'm saying? Okay, there we go. So, I'm saying some of the basic, you just need to have some of the base. You know what I'm saying, Corey? Just have some base. Can you read it? Can you use a speed square? I'm not saying, can you read a pitch? Okay, that's different. I understand that. I'm talking, can you build a square house? Can you frame, spec type building, 16 on center, basic, The red hashes, dumbass. Put it on the red hashes. You know how to make a crow's foot? Teach them how to, just basic stuff. Okay, so I take away the line if you say negative, right? Or I leave the line, right? Or if I want it to be heavy or, some of the basic. Corey would know what I'm talking about. It's not rocket science, man. There is a little bit of tolerance, Nail it. Stop thinking about it, Corey, right? Nail it. It's there. Nail it. What are you thinking about? Hurry up. Let's go. And I'm not in a hurry to work, but I don't want people to stand around either. Can't work because they're thinking about everything. I don't need people like that. I need people that are motivated, that are confident in their work. That one young lady helped me out here. She was young and whatever. She got beat by that guy that was over here, and I had her help me with the insulation, covering up some, and there were strips, and some of her strips were like, but like, dude, stop it. It's covered up. You're covering it with another piece of insulation, Your strip is covered. I would have made sure that the strip was, but hers was a little like that. Just like, dude, nail it. Go ahead. It's within tolerance. That's not going to affect anything. It's behind another piece of insulation, So it's hard to find people who are motivated. That a lot of people sit around and talk and talk and talk. And then, a builder comes out with tools and he gets his tool belt on and he starts building, you know what I'm saying? And it just has a tape measure, has a framing square, probably owns a chalk line, has a tool belt. Him or her. My exes might be coming out here. She thought about it, she's been trying, whatever. She'd build me probably out of the ground. She's a lot younger than me now, so. And I taught her how to build. She learned from me. And then she learned from other people, she went from there. So she's probably learned some tricks from other people too, so. Anyway, so that would be the plan out here, and I don't have a plan, but $800 a month, $20 an hour. It's it's 10 hours a week. Then you have the time to go get a job. You know what I'm saying? And I'm willing to help people out. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's a fair wage in today's society. If they're worth more, I would give them more. Hell yeah. Yeah, I would. I'm not afraid to pay more than $20 an hour. Work trade for the right labor. Somebody can come in and not be asked what to do. What's he doing over there? I don't know. Don't worry about it. He does every time I come over, ask me something, he needs something, whatever he's doing, he's self-motivated. Well, looks like he's building. He's probably building something. Looks like over near the pump house or something. I don't know. You know, self-motivated. You know, and I would like to communicate with people, but you know what I'm saying? Not to worry about his work. He's motivated. He wants to get done here so he can go fishing, have a life. There's a place to lay his head, her head. Even with kids, I already told you that on this ministry. With all the, I wanted family here. That's what I want to bring people here. Random Bobs and Bobettes or whatever these, you know, whatever. Barbara, not Bobette. No. That's Donald Trump. You know, Bob, Slob and Knob, Bob Moran. So it's a slobber knocker fest in the White House, isn't it? Hey, old Bill gave Trump a first taste of what it's going to be like in the White House, huh? So, all right, moving on. So, what an apostate nation. That's what I'm saying right now. When all that's going on and nobody wants to come together, what the hell's wrong with you people? I mean, I got issues, I'm saying, but why are you not forming communities, growing your own food, learning how to be agrarian? There are people who are hungry right now for that kind of, you know, skill set and want to learn. There are a lot of people trying to get away from the cities right now, wanting to learn. They're going to take your spot if you don't get there. It's going to be kind of the future. It's going to be the past. You got to go back to the old ways. Yep, nothing new under the sun. Remember, nothing new under the sun. So, you just want to have to coach everyone and 24/7, around 24/7. No, what the hell would you say that for? Are you a stupid motherfucker, Donald? When the hell did I say that? I said I want people to be self-motivated, and you say I want to coach people around 24/7. You have a deaf ear? Maybe that's why you didn't come out here. You don't hear shit. That's not what I said. I never said that. No, you're not hearing anything. You don't know your ass apparently from a hole in the ground. Do you hear what I said? I need people self-motivated. People don't make excuses for themselves. Coached. Why would you say that? Seriously, answer my question now. Stand up to the microphone and answer my question. Where would you get when I said I want that man to build his own pump house and not ask him questions? So I'm going to be standing over somebody and coaching somebody 24/7. I don't want that. I want self-motivated people. Why did you take and say what I said, the opposite of what I said? You do what everybody does. My whole entire life. You take what I say and you turn it around. That's what I'm hearing. Speak up there, Don. Why would you say I want to 24/7 coach people 24/7? I don't want to coach anybody. You got it completely backwards. You just want to have to coach everyone and say, ask your questions and start and answer their, then live and let live and what keep it. What does that mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't want to coach anybody. I don't want to do anything. That's what I'm saying. Because I don't know what I say. Okay, don't. Because I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't need to. You know who told me that, Don? Do you remember? Do you listen? And if you do, you'll remember. That's what I'm saying. Who told me that? You've been here long enough. Who told me that? Who told me that about my mistakes in the past? Now, I'm a veteran. Do you remember? Who told me that? That's the mistake I was making. That I'm too nice. I'm trying to help everybody out. Give them a chance. Let them build out. You know, don't charge them any money. Who was that who told me don't be like that? Oh, the 95 Bravo. So anyways, um, because that is my problem. You know, I know that people need to, be taught at a second grade step by step instruction, and not everybody learns at the same level. I understand that. I'm a veteran. I know how to lead people. That's not a problem. But I don't need to, people aren't self motivated and need to be told what to do or cannot take instruction. Then I can't learn somebody, right? I can slow the lesson down to make sure nobody's left behind, but I can't, you know, can't turn a goat into a sheep. So, um, Elijah, my son, he's the one that corrected me. Said, Daddy, you're so stupid. You're sitting there and trying to help everybody in the world. Stop trying to bring people out there and stop trying to help everybody, Dad. I love you and I know what you're doing. I'm not saying that you can't help anybody, Dad, but bring somebody out that can help themselves, that you don't need to look over. You just stop being so damn nice, you know? And it hit home. And that's why I said, boom, ain't nobody coming out here. He's right. Unless they can actually be self-motivated and bring a tape measure. They don't have to come with one, but I'm saying if they can read one and use a framing square, I have ones out here, but they probably would have their own tools and do their own thing. That way they'd be self-sufficient. I wouldn't have to look, and they'll add to this ministry, not pull from it. You know what I'm saying? Drag it down and, oh, I didn't get enough, and just everybody's a bitch sometimes, man. Everybody's got a bad day. Remember? So I did. I really, and I'm not being, I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. No, don't say that. No, I didn't say that. My son said the opposite. He said, Dad, don't be sitting there and bringing people out there that don't want to. Stop trying to help people. You can help somebody, Dad, but only help people who want to help themselves. It's like, damn, he's right. Damn, he's right again. So that's my focus now. So go look through these homesteaders looking for helpers and helpers looking for homesteaders. I don't remember where you're at, but you'll see where you're at, Don. There are people who want you there, where you're at. And if you can ever get here, the ministry's not going anywhere. That's why I paid it off. Okay, people could come out here and just live here. They got to do something out here. You know what I'm saying? But nobody has to come do the homestead thing. That's a separate thing. There's a lot going on out at this ministry, so it will all come together. I will see it, or I'll go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Whether I'm here or not, I'll get out of jail someday. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? So it's not the end of the world. You know what I'm saying? So what do I do? I just, know that if this happens, that I have to learn from my mistakes, and my mistake of being a little bit too nice. And but I have two options now. Like I said, I sold Kevin the other piece of property. He bought the 5, and now I don't have 65 because he did buy the other 20. He's going to do good things with that property. Went up there and saw it again yesterday. Went up there and looking at it. He's going to, I think he's going to do the right thing. He's going to do what I couldn't do with the property right away. So, and I did ask him if he ever, sells the property to please offer to, because I gave it to him at, half of the market price. He won't sell it. I don't think he will. I think he plans on doing something with it, and whatever he wants to do with it, I want to help him. So, but anyways, I have this other 20 acres up the road, and there's nothing on it right now, and I want to develop it. I want to use it as my, development property to bring people out here, to get them off the ground, to see what they can do. I'm going to be moving all my hip camp property here that I do hip camp at, because it's just too much stuff here now. It's like being in a little town. People go to hip camp to be out of town. So my little town is, because I had them over at where Kevin, and I sold them that. I used to be able to put them out there, and now they're over here. And it's just, I haven't got any good reviews since then, so, and I know what it is. People want remote camping. So I have that property. It's remote. I can put multiple sections out there and let people, stay out there and do the hip camp, so they don't have to come here, which is nice. I don't need to check people in to do hip camp, and they can pay without the way I have it set up. But that's where I'm going to start developing. And I want to find a business partner that wants to do that with me too on that property. Start doing cabin rentals. I want to take the cabin rentals from Moonshine Cabin Rentals over there. I want all these buildings to be only for the ministry. I can rent them out as cabin rentals, but I want them always to be available later for the ministry. If that's, somebody's going to move into these cabins sooner or later. That's what they were built for, not to rent out as cabins. They were meant to live in. Okay. And that will happen someday. We'll get that taken care of through the ministry. Probably going to come after the lawsuit if that's the plan for Father. But I think when I've gone through this and I've looked at this now, $20 an hour is a fair rate to pay somebody to come, you know, if they can do anything out here with pretty much without being told more than once, say, hey, there's what I need done, or do it with them, and they can take, it's okay if it's a couple of times, but I'm saying, and can learn, I'll give them $20 an hour, you know, towards coming out here for work trade. That way they're not caught up in how many hours do I have to work? What is my wage? Town's right here. So they can get another job, you know. That's not, you know, over grueling 10 hours a week is not going to take, you know, come on, how many hours is that a day at $20 an hour? And that's a building. Now they got a roof over their head. I've got this rusty butterfly back here that Kevin stripped the inside out, helped me rip the inside of it out, you know, so we can gut it and build it out. But see, if I had a builder come out, I'd probably charge them something like that. If they were a builder, I'd probably charge them like $450 a month for that. It needs to be built out, but they'd have it built in a week or two. You know what I'm saying? A couple weeks. There's material sitting out here on this property, you know, work trade. There'd be nothing. Then they could go get a job in town if they wanted to, or just sit here and do nothing, or go fishing in the Cascade Lakes, all these lakes, go hunting, trapping, go find, you know, artifacts out here, all over out here, arrowheads. There's bodies of water to do. There's so much outdoor activity to do in this town, you know, but you know, start up another business in town, become part, you know, Kevin, you know, helped somebody out, and they like it here. I brought somebody out here a long time ago and it didn't work out because he didn't want to get out of this cabin. I gave him his home spot. He just want to sit around here and be coddled. And that's still what's happening to the dude. The people he moved in are coddling the hell out of him. They are. And he's still here. He's still here. He loves it. He ain't left. But you guys remember Daniel. But that's all right. I seen Daniel, I don't know, a month ago. He's still here. It's been years. This valley, he's not going anywhere. Oh, I think I might go to Arizona. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going on with Connecticut. See, he comes in as some other name now or something like that. I've seen him a little bit. So there's another guy promised to come out here a bunch of times and never showed. It was always this part or that part, or this part for his bus or that part. Or it was always just one part away. He was one part away from coming out here. You know, whatever. Love the guy too. If he made it out here, he would be killing it right now. I don't care where he's at. He would be triple fold. There's way more opportunity out in this valley if he would have just showed his ass up out here and stopped making excuses for himself. Gone on a fucking bus, walked his ass out here. I don't give a fuck what excuse he has. Love the guy, but just full of excuses. Always one fucking excuse away from, and hey, my life, I'm always one, you know, stroke away from greatness and get, you know, but I have no qualms, you know, with him. He just don't like people say over and over, okay, I'm going to get this and I'm going to be there, and what this, and then I'm going to be there. You heard it. You were here. You witnessed it. So yes, you were many a time. So how many times was he going to come here? About 20 times. I got notifications that, well, I got to get this part done and then I'll be out there, and this one and that. And I told him, just come out here, leave everything, get a fucking backpack and let's do this. Come on, you know? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. He's a good guy. That's what I'm saying. I don't have no qualms. I wish he'd be here. He would do so good here. Connecticut's the kind of guy that could kill it in this town. Really, he's automotive. There's a dirt track out here. He likes it. I mean, this is his town. He'd be the guy to do first annual Sand in Your Crack event, remember? Up at the dunes. That's the guy. He would be perfect. I could give it and hand it to him. Say, here you go. There's your baby. Do this the rest of your life. I just was glad to be a part of the first one. This is your chicken now. You fuck this chicken every year. Okay? Apologize. I don't know why I'm cursing also, but they're getting ready to go to jail, right? So, but he made too many excuses. So I'm glad he's not here, because somebody like that might be do the same shit here. Love him, but I don't want excuses. You know, I want people who are motivated and can do it and not ask questions. You know, um, I'm not saying not ask questions, but don't be afraid to ask questions. Ask questions, but don't ask questions that you probably already know the answer to. That's what people don't. Um, people don't do that. Sometimes people, I grew up thinking that no question was a stupid question, and I was taught that, and I don't necessarily agree with that anymore, because some people know the answer to the question that they're asking. They do that now. You know what I'm saying? They do that. So, I got to get something in my belly. I got to make something to eat. I didn't, the dogs ate my pizza yesterday, so I gave half of Kevin, and um, I ate a couple pieces, and I planned on having another one, but the dogs ate them. So I need to get some food in my belly. I didn't really eat much yesterday, and I had a tattoo, so my stomach has just gotten, so we got fresh ache. Look at how nice that looks now. Thank you, Father. That's so nice. The red is good. The red is good. So, all right. So give me a few here. We're not even. Yeah, we're not plugged in. Let's plug this one over here. We got to replug in here. Replug it in. Plug it in. Oh, no, it's not going to charge. Oh, well. Oh, okay. What do I want to make for breakfast? Maybe we'll make a patty melt. I think I'm going to make a patty melt. So give me a few, and I'll get some grilled onions going here. Shouldn't take too long to make patty melt. Oh, patty melt. Where is my onions? Alrighty then. Come on now. Oh, why do they do that sometimes? Both my lighters are not working. Why? Where's the other candle lighter? Where's the other candle lighter? There we go. There it is. Where is the butter? Where did my butter go? Ooh, it's not very soft. Grab more down a bit. Guess not. Damn it. Fucking bread's moldy. Chicken bread now, right? Maybe these last few pieces. Nope. Okay, so we're going to have to change it up. Change it up. Well, my bread wasn't good. It had a little mold on it, so I had to make some hamburgers. I was going to make a patty melt, but I had some potato bread. It didn't last very long. Normally potato bread lasts a little longer, but foggy and cold out there today. All right, well, thanks for coming in and just hanging out here in my last couple days. Might be out of jail here, so just gonna enjoy my last days here. I didn't know that Monday. I thought Monday was court, but it's Tuesday, so maybe I'll get a call from the attorney on Monday. He didn't call me yesterday, so I don't know, Rick. I don't know. That's what I paid John to do, was to do a jury selection. So, you know, that's done, you know, the day of trial. So we'll see what happens, you know. There's no evidence in my favor. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. All the evidence is against me. My attorney didn't collaborate any evidence in my behalf. I just wasted tens of thousands of dollars. Should have bought some gold and silver. Oh, wait. I already had gold and silver. I spent all my gold and silver to get the attorney. Look at the price of it now. It's not looking good for me. No, he didn't do anything. My son's not going to be there. My daughter's not going to be there. They're not going to look at the SWAT rate. They're not going to look at. All they're looking at is the evidence against me. The attorney has not collaborated with me at all about anything. About what he's going to say at trial, what he's going to do, what I'm going to say, what he wants to go over. Nothing. Everything is stacked against me. I have no witnesses in my favor. So there's no evidence on my behalf. There's no evidence on my case. None. That's pretty hard position to be in right now. Thinking that somehow that this is going to work itself out when there's no evidence being called in my favor, even though I paid an attorney a lot of money. So I'm planning on going to jail. And then that's what they're going to do. Vandenberg's going to rule from the bench, and he's going to put me in jail. They don't like me down there at all. They don't like me at all. They will convict me. They don't care. So see what happens. Like I said, Kevin just talked to the lady I talked to in town. Her husband was given the same deal as me. A single misdemeanor and unsupervised probation. The least you can get, he fought it, and they gave him 2 years. He's in jail right now. For fighting it. So please enjoy your last days that you have here with me, because I don't know how many more days I'll be here. If I had something to go off of, that would be different, but there's been no witness called in my favor. There's been no evidence called in my favor. He's not looking into the 258 hours of live stream, trying to prevent that single day, which would have never happened if they would have just de-escalated and called. Come out here to this property and asked to talk to me, asked to talk to my son. They never even made the attempt to do it. They just brought 30 men with guns in and wrecked this place. So what makes you think anything's going to be different on these in 2 or 3 days? If I had an attorney that was doing that, but he's not. He says he can beat the case, but I think somebody called him and put a bug in his ear, just like Dave Vandenberg called Pat Wilkie and told him to come out here and take care of me. I showed you what they did to me. That's a violation of my civil rights right there. I want Pat Wilkie in jail. That man should be in prison right today. Dave Vandenberg called Pat Wilkie. When I told Pat Wilkie about the case, he said he didn't know anything about it. That's a lie. Put on a polygraph. Let's go through Pat Wilkie's phone records and Dave Vandenberg's phone records. Did Dave Vandenberg call Pat Wilkie? Yes. Evidence would show that. And when I would try to report my son and daughter murdered when he's on the bench, he tells me he don't know what I'm talking about. Stop talking about it or he's going to throw me in jail. Right where I'm at. Don't stop talking about trying to report my son dead, murdered, So how would I have any faith in this system? I don't. I only have faith in Father. My faith tells me I'm going to jail. Doesn't matter the evidence. So, like I said, maybe if my attorney was working with me, saying, okay, this is what we can, here's where I found Elijah, here's what's going on with Marshall, I called the state police, I called Josephine County, I had my investigator look at it. Nothing. It's just like having the 2 public pretenders that I already had. Seriously, it's no different. It's just like having a public pretender, an appointing counsel. So these burgers are phenomenal. I got some hamburger. I'm like, I'm eating some red meat before I go to jail. I did. Went to town and bought some food. Went down, got my tattoos finished because might be spending my time in jail. What is much of money going to do for me? Waiting to buy a truck. Nothing. So. I'm giving everything away. I am. Flatbed's gone, land's gone, motorcycle's gone. I'm just giving it away. These fire sale prices on things. So about ready to give that Ford F-250 away. I'm gonna make it run. I know it's gonna run. Got it all the way down to one single thing. So I got power to everything but the starter. So it's one of two things now. I got it narrowed down. I'll probably sell that for less than $2,000. Almost any truck like that in the market right now is going for $3,800, $4,500. So the 351 Windsor in it. What did I pay? $3,500, $3,800 for it or something like that. I dumped $2,000 off. I don't know what I did. I gave Kevin the property for half price. Better give it away before I go to jail. If I didn't have that money, I wouldn't be able to put my dog down. Thank you, Father. I lost my motorcycle to gain the money to have my dog put down, not suffer as long as, whatever money I could throw at him until he's, So thank you, Father, for that. I'm still suffering myself. I hate my life without my dog. I do. I don't like this. I don't like it. It's so lonely. Pants is lonely. I'm lonely. We're already lonely out here, but not having that dog is just, it's dull. It is. I mean, it's not the same. So it's kind of like when the rooster went out here, man. I miss his crowing out here, but I called Pants Tango yesterday. We tried to let him out of the dog car and rip my heart out of my chest. But oh well. Father knows what he's doing. I got to spend a long time with Tango, and I'm glad that I had the money that day to try to keep him from suffering. So if I had something to go off of, I would give it to you, but right now I don't have anything to go off of. So I apologize. It's a little depressing, but it's my life. I have to live it every day. You have to go back to your lives. So I know a lot of us struggle, but this is just absolute menacing and torturing my mind. But it won't last forever. I won't be here in this meat suit forever. I can tell you that. So one day he'll stop beating me or let me go or unchain me or Like I said, I just couldn't sit there and see my dog suffer, so I had to do it. So I wish Father would just put me out of my misery sometimes, but apparently he wants me to suffer more. So here we are a couple days again before trial, and maybe the attorney will call Monday. Do I call him Monday? Should I call my attorney Monday, one day before trial? I probably won't. Why? What's that going to change? Like everything's going to change the day before court? No, it's not. For trial. So all I can say is I'm happy I took it to trial. I am. And no matter what happens, it's okay. Kevin will look after my dog for me. He will. And the cats. He's an animal lover. Rick, my neighbor, will make sure he comes by every once, so I'm sure of it. He will. I don't know if he's still in here, but he will. He did last time. I'm the only person that came and sat down here every day with my dog. So whatever that man wants, I'm going to give it to him. He helped me with my animals. So he helped me with my big. So, and my pants. Remember, like I said, Tango got taken. There was only pants that was here. So Seeing my buddy Rick get railroaded down there. My neighbor. He had all the evidence, everything, and it didn't matter. They didn't even want to listen to him. You know what I'm saying? No. They did. They railroaded him. They literally railroaded him. He struggled medically after that day. He literally, after he left the courtroom, he had some issues medically. It was that stressful for him. And I watched it. It was hard to watch. It was really hard to be a witness to that. I hated that day. They did it to Kevin, too. Did it to Kevin and him and Rick that day. And they just did whatever they want. It's a kangaroo court in there. So I don't see how anything would be any different. But they just do whatever they want. In that courtroom, they do whatever they want. I said maybe if my attorney had done what he said he was going to do and, you know, position and stance before trial and tell this attorney to stop this or I'm going to sue him, and he didn't. So I'll file an appellate court case, a federal appeal. If I go in there, I'm not going to just sit in there and not try to file an appeal. I mean, I know that to be a mistrial already. I have evidence. Nobody was called in my favor where my son was not there. My daughter was not there. They're on my case. You know? So they have to be there. I told him my attorney, and he said, "Oh, well, that's the state has the burden of proof." I said, "For me, John, my Sixth Amendment, right to call witness in my favor, the right of discovery, the suppression of evidence. You can't suppress evidence at trial. My son and daughter need to be there. How could you?" I want to ask my son, you know, I want you to ask him, why did Tracy tell you not to stop the car? You know, but he's not going to even look for him. Well, we can't have somebody there that's not, I don't remember what he said, alive, or they can't be located or something. I had to fucking, you never even look for him. Is that not my attorney's job? Isn't that what I paid him for? To call my witnesses in my favor, to call evidence in my favor. It hasn't been done. Unless he's doing something that I don't know that he hasn't talked to me about. But so far, nothing, never, and I'm micromanaging my attorneys. I just sit there and be threatened by Pat Wilkie to be thrown in prison or jail, come pick me up, arrest me where I'm at because I'm micromanaging my attorneys. This fucking paid attorney is doing the same thing the last attorneys did. Nothing. And I'm micromanaging them. It's cold out there today. It's this cold out there. Look at that. What's that outside? This one. Freaking frozen already. I normally drink out of a water bottle or a plastic, but oh man, goodness gracious. All right, I'm gonna try to juice on some cannabis here if I can find my lighter. I don't know my lighter with. Did not use my lighter today. I use the cat lighter, but where's my regular lighter? Where's my regular lighter? There it is. Oh. So, what a day. Today's Sunday, right? So tomorrow, I thought tomorrow was court, so I guess I got one more day. Will the attorney call tomorrow? He don't call me tomorrow, man. Again, I tell you, my goose is cooked. Cooked! There's just no evidence to win the case. You got to have enough evidence. You got to call witness to, you know, to put a trial together. So apparently they're just going to throw the book at me. It doesn't look like anything else is on the table as of right now. So kind of a hard spot to be in. Like I said, I'm not understanding why Father is not even, you think the paid attorney, and I tell you, it don't matter what attorney, you know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. Sunday, sorry. Yes, I don't know what day it is. I can't remember what day it is. I don't even know what day it is right now. I'm so freaking out of it. So maybe it's take some bong rips and I'll feel normal. Take some morning bong rips and I'll be all right. Come up back to some kind of reality here. Back to life. Back to reality. How many you want me? How many you need me? 2 days from going to jail and he's doing the whatever. I don't know who sings that. It's a peanut butter cookie though. Peanut butter cookie. Oh, oh man. Oh man. Oh. Oh man, that is yummy. Sabrina, I wish I could give you a chooch of this bowl right here. I'm telling you, you'd love it. You'd be like, Tracy, let's smoke some more of that. Oh, I'll chooch to that. Let's hear one and raise you one. Tink. Oh. Beer bongs. Oh, no. Not beer. Oh, man. This cookie is strong. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's not, it's kind of, not gassy, but it hits you in the chest pretty good. It's not like that either. It's not in your throat. It's not expando-wando. Kind of feels a little bit like expando-wando, though. You know, the expando? Where's that cannabis gone? It's not expando. Now it's gassy, right? So it's changed a little bit. It used to be more expando. Now it is a little more gassy. So, but it's kind of the thing. So, ooh, that's gassy, right, Paul? So it's doing good. It's doing mighty fine. It's very purple. Got very purple. Lots of purple. Lots of purple on it. It's purpley, 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 purple, 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 purple. And the purple leaves are all covered with trichome, so they got meds on them. We'll be chooching on those too. Still pipe. Yeah. Ding. I've never done that. That'd be pretty cool. I've never done that. I have to do that one time. Like, get a couple bongs going and like, cheers. Ding. somebody raise their bongs. Everybody please take a moment of silence to raise their bongs, right? We're going to raise the bongs. You ever heard of that surf company, Billabong? Well, we're going to fill a bong. No. What a goof, man. I don't know how long I'm going to make it, man. In this state of mind, I think I'm going to become a little comfortably numb. No. Damn. What a weird day. I feel so weird right now. I feel so weird. Here. Some more. Some more. We got a fresh jar when we run out of this one. Ah, yes. Oh. Yeah, I never clinked bongs before. That'd be a fun one to do, huh? Maybe we could clink, mason jars. Maybe we could do mason jars, You can do bongs, you can do mason jars. All right. So I'm telling you that I'm telling you that they're not gonna make cannabis illegal. They're gonna end up reschedule it to a Schedule 3. They're only doing this right now like they did the shut the government down and pull the food stamps. It's not gonna happen. And they didn't pull the food stamps, did they? And I said that they wouldn't. I told you that they wouldn't. They held them, but they didn't pull them. They're going to do that with cannabis. Everybody's going to be a little bit of a lashback, and they're going to get rid of a lot of this stuff in this dispensaries. You can, it's the worst in Eugene and Lane County, but here in Bend or even in La Pine, you can get ounces, a zipper. You can get 2 here, at the dispensary, but for $25. How the hell do you grow anything for $25? I can't even raise enough chicken shit with feed at $25. You know what I'm saying? The market's stale, in case you hadn't figured it out. When you see $25 ounces and all this, I don't like it. I'm not thinking anybody should never even have to pay for medicine. It's not about the money. I don't charge my patients for medicine. When I grow their plants, those are their plants. They get 2 plus almost 3 ounces a month. No charge. When I grow your plants, that's your meds I grew for you. Whatever over that I can take to recuperate the cost for growing it for you. But if people have to pay for meds and now it's recreational, which I don't like because they ruined it, that I'm telling you, they're not going to make it illegal. As a matter of fact, they're going to reschedule and make it legal. Watch. So remember, I told you this day. Oh my God, pastor's a prophet. We should all follow him and move out to his property and be a cult. All right, let's do it. Just kidding. But no, I'm not a prophet. Remember, there is no prophecy. All prophecy was fulfilled. Guys, it's not hard to see sometimes the cycles that they do. A lot of the times they say one thing and then they do the complete opposite. Oh, yeah, that happens a lot more than not now. Yeah, that happens a lot more than not now, right? Does that make sense? Huh? Yeah, like America, that makes no sense, huh? I American, you American. Well, not Sabrina, she's a Canadian dick. Oh. Yeah. Chicks can be Canadian dicks too. So, all right, she's a Canadian dick up there, like Scott and Lion, all my other Canadian dicks up there in the north. But anyways, so she's not an American, so she can do whatever she can. What bad? Oh my God, I'm so terrible. We'll start doing the national anthem. Man, I think I need to do a dab. I haven't done a dab in forever. If you do a dab, do it now. Oh. Cult of personality. Yeah, no, I know it's just a thing, because you don't understand. You're, pug one like the go. Trailer Park Boys. It's Trailer Park Boys thing. You know, Canadian dick. So you'd understand that somebody who didn't watch the, Trailer Park Boys or knew who Pug One was, they would probably like, dude, what do you mean Canadian? Hey, not everybody in Canada says, hey, stop that. Hey, stereotypes. You know, I'm a culture person. I love all people. You know what I'm saying? I love all culture. You know me. You've been here long enough to see that I don't see race or color. I just love that Father made us so different. Like ethnicity, and we're all like in America. There's no two states that are the same. There's no two states that are the same. They're not. People in Texas do not act like people from Vermont. People from Ohio don't act like people from Idaho. You know, it's not. We have a very diverse country even here. So I love how Father made it, but he created one race. I don't see races. You know that if you've been here. I don't do that. I don't like that. I actually despise racism. I hate black niggers, white niggers, brown niggers, red niggers, yellow niggers, maybe white niggers that hold their breath and turn blue niggers, the orange nigger in chief, remember? The Cheetophile. So I don't like racism. So the entitlement attitude, it's an attitude, is what it is. So we don't, none of us are above. Every race has been enslaved, right? No, every ethnicity, we're one race, the human race. There's been no culture that has not at one point in time throughout our history has been enslaved. You just don't know, you know, you don't know anything about slavery. So we won't go into it because I've talked about it here before, but, you know, I do appreciate the difference between the Canadian people and the American people. They're different, but the same. Like Cheech and Chong, remember? Man, these uniforms are lame, man. We want something different, but the same, man. All right, never mind. But you got what I'm saying. So I appreciate um, that we can have a conversation and and appreciate each other's cultures and customs. That we're very different, but we're all one race. You know what I'm saying? We're not different colors. We're different ethnicity. Does that make sense at all? That's how I look at it. Because people are like, oh no, you have to see color. No, we are not colored. There's really no yellow, brown. I hate that. That's stupid. I just say that because that's, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're just different. That's why I told you I hate borders. Guys, I hate borders. I hope when I come back in the next life, there's no borders here. You know what I'm saying? And it will, because we're going to go back to the garden. I see what's going to happen next. The reset, that's what they're talking about, is here. It'll do what it's done as a cycle. It's called a compression event. I know what I'm talking about. This time it's going to bring fire, so it's going to electrify that liquid rock and turn it into what appears to be trees that could be thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of feet tall, but they're not trees. They're liquefied inner liquefaction that shot up out, like it says. And I don't talk about the book of Enoch where the mountains will turn to fountains and it'll hit off the top of the stratosphere and electrify and petrify at the same time. So we will go back to the reset, to the garden. None of this will be here like this. You're not going to be able to do. He's got to use the fire this time, brothers and sisters. He's got to get rid of this tech. I really wish you guys would pay attention. They're trying to make it through this next compression event by getting in the ground and thinking that they can upload their conscience to the Jiminy Cricket, Starlink, web, net, cloud, whatever the hell they think they're going to do. They're not going to make it to the little season. That's what I really wish I could talk to other people who knew enough about the book of Revelation to study this enough to see how it happens after this life, that you don't get flesh. Father's perfect. He's the Word. He doesn't have flesh. He had to birth the flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nation. Remember? White, black, brown, red, yellow, brown, white, right? Jew, Gentile, man, woman. Jew and Gentile, remember? So, but whatever, under this last death, that when he raises us, we don't get flesh. You can't be, Christ, the Hamashiach, took flesh to be with Father. That's where the flesh went. There's no, you don't have flesh when you die. You don't get the new body, the new heaven, the new earth isn't above your head. Heaven's not above your head, and the earth or heaven's not below your feet. That's the ruling class. And the new body that you get is new to you. You're used to having this flesh, so you'll keep it, and then you'll gnash teeth. You want to keep your flesh, you're going to gnash teeth then. You'll keep it. Guarantee it. You'll have it. You don't want to, you want to get rid of it, then. So this is what these people think. They can upload their conscience to make it to the little season where we get flesh again. So they want to exist during that time where they don't exist. They sit there and gnash teeth. They think they can have a different way of doing it, brother, sister. They're going to do it not the way it's written. It's going to happen exactly. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass for the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And that's the seventh and the final and the last trump. So they know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. I'm not foolish. I've been studying these people for decades, multiple decades. That's why I have multiple channels for a dozen years here on this platform. So half a dozen channels. So, and have produced this content and showed you where to find these other, give you references. I don't post links. I don't have time to go through and do all that crap. So it's there for you to be, had. I would have put something that I hadn't researched for probably most of the time, decades. Most of the stuff that I was researching is happening right now. So in this next compression event, when this rock, gets rocked by the sun, our star, that electric star above our head, and an arc discharges and causes a compression event of our atmosphere, it's going to squirt the inner lower waters. We're in a firmament. You don't live in some universe. That's not how this is. It's not written that we live in a universe. So that's space farce. That's all that nonsense that these presidents in on and the Masons and all that. They know. They're not stupid. I had a discussion with somebody yesterday and said, look, Father's the Word. Father created the stars. Father doesn't come from the stars. Your chicken and the egg bullshit. Here you go. Father created all things. In the beginning, he spoke all this into existence. He is self-existent, Jehovah God. So he doesn't come from stars. He created the stars, you idiots. I mean, that's got to be the most foolish thing ever. You know what I'm saying? Why the hell would you think Father came from a star? He created, remember? In the book of Matthew, there would be signs in the stars and the sun and then the moon. The signs, there would be signs for time, and Genesis for times. And so where does it say he created a planet? Spinning ball camps, face farce, brothers and sisters. This is what the whole world is doing. Spinning on a ball, remember? They live on planet Earth. They think people die and go to the sky. Heaven's above their head. Yes, they think it's 2025. It's not 20. None of that's true. That's all phileo nonsense. Like America. Makes no sense. Everybody's okay with that because they're part of this corporation, not country. This is not a nation. It's not a country. It's a business. And the labor of the debt slave is sold on the U.S. stock exchange. So they may take from my merchant number, but Father will cover me because I stood up to this perverted America. This is not neither legal nor it's lawful. It's actually repugnant. Where is my accuser? I told my son to stop. So who was hurt? Where's the victim? They're trying to throw me in prison. Where is my victim? Who was hurt? I have the right to face my accuser. Where's my victim? The state can't be the victim. What are they going to do? Bring the whole state of Oregon? How are you going to fit everybody in the courtroom? Oh, the state, the land itself? See what I'm saying? This is repugnant anyways. Everything going on in America is not legal nor lawful, but nobody gives a rat's ass. They don't care. They'll just go to work and keep paying the bombs. And well, that's what they're doing. They're bombs, freedom bombs they pay for in other countries is not paid by road taxes. Pay for your road, your gas. Your federal taxes, that goes to kill people in other countries, all 180. and 1,000+ military bases. Everybody goes to work every day acting like this is okay. And look how far it's gotten from just that. Look at what's going on right now with this country. Tariffing everybody. Tariffs don't affect the other countries. Who do you think is going to pay for that? That's you. That's why everything has gone up. This whole thing with tariffs, and tariff is a tax, and it taxes the people. The shipper's not going to pay for it. The sender's not going to pay for it. The consumer is the one who pays that tariff tax. Oh, Mr. Warp Speed. Oh, hey, you better give them all $2,000 checks. We've been stealing all their money. Better give them some bread and circus. They might stand up and revolt. So I want to get with the news here, you know. People adding these things. This is why these people act the way they do, to be controlled. So government is to be mind controlled. Mente, mental, govern, to control, mind control, they're mind controlled. So anybody who trusts the government or has anything to do with the government is my enemy. When you keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So I don't have any friends, but I'm sure I got plenty of enemies. What did Stack say? I got angels looking over me. I got people who wish death on me. I got people constant stressing me, but they don't matter now. If you ain't heard that song by Stack Mac Million, go listen to Angels. I remember there's no such thing as a messenger. You're looking at a messenger. So you ever never seen a messenger? Father sent me with his message. And we're all, with the disciples, all come with his gospel. That is the message, the good news. Are you telling everybody the good news? Even blue niggers, stop holding your breath. Oh, wait, he don't like an attitude. He don't like rebellion. Oh, you have to know the conversation been in here earlier, know what I'm talking about. So this is an adult stream only. So don't be racist, or a child will throw you out of here. You'll find your way to the exit. So, P.O.Box, Dodge, Long Beach Freeway, Firestone exit, Southgate. That's the exit you need to take, and that's the truth. Some big before from California to be old like me go, man, I remember that commercial. Do you remember the time? Maybe in my next unbody, I'll be able to, my soul will be able to sing. I'll sing like the harbor's harp. It will be a tone it will vibrate your eardrum, make you, you'll be buzzing, bzzz, like a bee. But you'll have my mentality. I don't trust anybody that much, yeah. You don't have to trust somebody. Remember, trust is something you can give to somebody, but trust is something that it should be earned as well. I mean, it's not like you can be charitable, but trust is something else. You don't break bread, remember? With vipers. So, boats, vipers, same things, right? You notice they will start with a nano, Shazbot. Peace. V. Folks on the mic with my basis vernacular. Curving and swerving, I'm living at LA. Living in Pimmon, because I live in LA, sunny Cal. It's where the players chill. Hell yeah, I'm right. I can never be wrong. In case you forgot, I got it going on. For real. I got it going on. I'm here to tell you. Oh. Man, that's some good meds. Thank you, Father, for good meds. I need that, man. Oh. I love my puppy boy. My dog's sitting here, right here, next to the dad. Yes, he's right here. I love him. You're just the cutest puppy I ever did have. He's putting his head down. He's putting his head down so Dad can give him pets, and I love him. You were such a good boy yesterday when Dad went to get a tattoo for the dad. You went in there and you stayed with the Captain and with Choo Choo. Yes, you hung out with Choo Choo and Choo Choo Lulu. Choo Choo Train. Yeah, and with Marcy Poo Poo. Marcy Poo. Marcy Stinker Pot. Marcy gets a little excited and she, oh man, that dog. She was smelling like a bad, like we hit a whole cow pasture, I'll tell you. Like we ran over the whole cow pie. So it was like Patty Pimbleton, I'm telling you. It was Patty the Baddie. Oh, my bad. Oh, thank you, Father. Oh, my goodness. So, what's your thoughts? Are you going to make cannabis illegal in America? You're going to become a criminal overnight? You're going to be a closet smoker? Get back in the closet, Al Gore. Tennessee. Oh, dude, I freaking love Arrested Development. I'm going to listen to some of that after I get out of here. That is some of the best music ever. And Black Eyed Peas. Gosh, that's good music, man. Fergie. That's some good music. I don't really like the lyrics, but just the vibe, man. That was some good music. Those were some good times. Kind of the vibe at the time. I don't mean to go there. Just kind of like a time machine, Fergie Ferg. But anyways, she's a really good voice. And really good. Black Eyed Peas, Arrested Development. Boy, I like those two. Some of my favorite top bands ever in the whole wide world. Oh, wide, how wide? Are you spinning on a ball wide? On the big ball, the beach ball? Son of a beach. So, that's a good band, man. I like good music, so I have to agree with that. I like me some Arrested Development. Yeah, Black Eyed Peas too, man. If you listen to them, they were ahead of their time. They were singing all that stuff about like right now. Go back and watch his videos and stuff, man. It's insane. Back then, they were talking about right now. A lot of that stuff back with those two bands right there. Those two particular bands. They're not a band, man. Nobody's in a band. That's what I call them. Sorry, we called it a liquor store. It didn't mean that they just sold liquor, man. Okay? We wore Lokes and... Hey, guys, I haven't worn any sunglasses this year. This is the first year in like 20 years I've worn sunglasses all year during summer. So, just letting you know. That's awesome. I was just not good for my eyes. I should have never done that. Should have been letting that sunlight in my eyes. So, I think it's the only thing that's helping this eye, to even be what it is. So, no, that's what it does, Sabrina, is it creates a black market. Appreciate you having the conversation. Because that's what it does every time it's like prohibition. Created race car driving, NASCAR. Here we go around in circles, way to fly high like a bird up in the sky. He said to meet him in the sky. I need one more line. I'm kind of bummed that I didn't tell him to put the one more line in there, but that's okay. He started to, but then I don't know, I skipped it. He did. He even started the other line, but I didn't. That's okay. I'll go back in there another time if I'll get thrown in the rib cage. So, into the cage. But it will stem another black market, and I know what it is they're trying to flush China out of here. I was trying to tell everybody that, and nobody listened to me. China's cornered the market. Even in Canada. They have. I'm right. You like it. Well, they do. That's how it works. Yeah. Cops smoking a joint. Now, that's something you'll never see. They're RoboCops. They wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? They're programmed to bad, marijuana, arrest, throw on ground, kick, stomp, stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting. They get kind of stuck on that, don't they? Well, Parker got his hands behind his back, got his hands, stop resisting, stop resisting. Dude, what the fuck? That's their program. Hey, you know I'm right on that. Seriously, dude's got his hands behind it. She, stop resisting, stop it. Dude, damn, when Pastor gets it right again. Yep, back there. Just some good old boys. Never needed no harm. They all they ever saw been in trouble with the law since the day they were born. Yeah. So, there we go. The Dukes. Let me see them Dukes. Look at them girls with the Daisy Dukes on. Yeah. Throw your hands in the air. I'm waving on like it just don't care. Everybody in the house say, oh, yeah, oh. Yeah. Wiki, wiki, y'all. That sounds a little bit like that Arrested Development there, huh? Or some Black Eyed Peas. Hi, y'all. You know that winos ain't afraid of nothing but running out of wine. Drink it up, baby. Twist and shout. You know you're singing that song. Told you music's a time machine, so hey, at least it takes my mind off of things. It does. I think that's why Father put a jukebox in my head. Well, I have it updated. I think I'm a 8-track. Or I mean, 8-track, not an 8-track. I apologize. See, I got the sticky tab on there. Let me paperclip that. I got a playlist now, right? We've mixed it up, right? Freaky, y'all. Put it on wax. See, I want it on a turntable, so we can mix it. All right. Didn't you hear what Bob said? She's a margarita mixer. I don't even miss her. Hey, mister. Hey, mister. I ain't ever kissed her. I don't even miss her. You ever know that? You heard that song? Mister? Mr. Fourth Quarter. Mr. Make It Happen. Mr. Clean. You know that? Mr. Cheech and Chong. You guys go see the song. Go watch right now. If you have not watched it, it's worth your time to introduce you to Bob. Take a second. Look up on the interweb, get on the World Wide Net and get tubed and go into you where you're at right here now. So you don't have to unstick or stuck. You can stay. And then go look at B.O.B. Bob. Mr. Once, twice, Mr. Look that up and watch that video. If you've never seen it, you're missing out. And he's an artist. I like Bob. I told you that. He is one of my favorite artists of all times. He's like in the top, 3 ever. He truly is an artist. So go watch that video because he did that's him and all of the attire. So that he did. And that's a lot of work to pull a video like that off. So if you've never seen it, go watch it. It's a good video. And then you'll probably want to watch some of those other videos because they're pretty good. It's a pretty good video though. So it's called Mr. by B.O.B. Bob. So everything Bob does is pretty good. Like I said, he conscience-wise, he does. Obviously, he did. If you know Bob, you've heard most people's. I've never heard of Bob. Yes, you have. But he was very mainstream at one time. He did a lot of things with a lot of the top artists, like Airplanes. That's a song. The airplanes in the night, like shooting stars. Wish right now. Yeah. So that's Bob in the verse. But he's done a whole lot of stuff. But he is broken away from that because he doesn't do the mainstream. And he talks about that. And he started putting out his mixtapes. They were called mixtapes. The elements and all the earth, air, fire, water, air. That has all the eternal avatar, reality, training, habitat, earth, under the dome. So Just he does conscience lyrics, meanings. It's like wake up, hello, your food for Wi-Fi. Read that. Go. That's another one. Food fight. Uh, I like classical music. I used to remember I used to listen to like um, some Bach and Beethoven. You know, Bach has some massive. When I grew up in Los Angeles, California, and Bach has bass. You know, like you know, Bach busters. Have you ever heard? If you know violin, you probably know Bach busters. If you know what that is, I love. That's one of the best. If you want to test the fidelity of your system, highs, lows, you know, your amp, your crossovers, your up, just, I don't know how much you know about music. And as far as like that, you want to test, you need to bring in, and they can really hit. And a lot of that too, because you need that violin on that high to bring up your highs, you know, to hear your hi-hat, your hi-hat cymbal, but then also your high and then your bass for your low. But if you know what Bach busters is, you should go listen to Bach busters. Uh, Yeah, see, I wouldn't do that. That's stupid. I don't like people who close themselves out to one kind of music, and that's fine. I can't tell you if you like the taste of a dick in your mouth. I don't want to ever try it, ever. Oh, well, she might because she's a female, but he probably does. I don't know. I don't want to try it. See, everybody got a different taste in music. You might like what kind of. See, I don't force anything in somebody's ear hole. So don't ever anybody let anybody make you try a bite. If you don't want to know, thank you bite. Just don't try it. You don't have to. So, all right. Anyways, that's how I do it. Let me try to pound this in your ear hole here. You know us guys, how we are, but you're holding me in a dickhead, don't it? All right. Moving on. Don't be telling what kind of music they like. So you can't tell somebody what kind of taste they like in food, so you can't tell anybody what kind of music they like. So I just think it's narrow-minded to like one kind of music. I don't like that. Personally, I liked all kinds of music and got me in fights and trouble. I mean, all kinds of, but I didn't care. Nobody's gonna tell me I don't. Dude, you like Metallica and Michael Jackson? What the hell, dude? Depeche Mode and. Wait a minute. Did you say Boy George? You listen to Boy George? Come, camellia. They come and go. They come and go. Hey, come. So, yeah, I wanted some Def Leppard. Some Def Leppard, man. I'm listening to Judas Priest and Duran Duran. And some Elton John. I don't care. Leave me alone. So. Right, got it. You got it right. Got it. Right, got it. Right, got it. Freaking, that was music back then. Freaking Randy Rhoads, Black Sabbath. You know, before Ozzy, and I just liked it all. I grew up around that. I talk about music all the time. So, Motley Crue, man. That was a bad. You know, remember? That was a great. Even though the music wasn't the best, you know. Shout out the devil. You know, shout. All that stuff back then. I was a hesher too. I took on a little bit, you know. Growing up, I did. I really liked rock and roll, and my dad loved, you know, he listened to all that. But I did like a lot of the bands. I had more of a taste too, though, for heavy metal. Is what I preferred out of all music. Was my favorite. You know what I'm saying? At the time, growing up, was heavy metal. I mean, it was. I liked all music, like Metallica, and like I said, all of it. I love all the bands, the hair bands. I mean, we do hair bands for a while if you wanted to. Cinderella and whatever. We don't have to go to do all the hair bands, but it was a thing, man. Remember the hair bands? This is the freaking 80s and the MTV, man. You know, from the ground up, some of the first videos, and you know, Devo and do. Mm-hmm. I'll crack that whip. Loved it all. Met men at work. Stray Cats. Remember? Our house in the middle of the street. Our house. All that music was awesome. you know, and then my dad would be playing Molly Hatchet, and, you know, and Eagles and the Door and Cars, you know, he loved all that, you know, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. My dad was a hippie, so, you know, he lived that, you know, big, huge Harman Kardon stack push button system in the 80s, huge. Huge in LA, huge stadium speakers in our house, big screen TV. My dad didn't do anything lightly, kind of like me. He just whatever he had no he was go getter. He had my back is nothing like my dad was, and he still got it. Let me tell you. So raising three fucking boys in L.A. in the middle of Los Angeles, California, on Social Security, living in a 5-bedroom house. The Social Security didn't even cover the mortgage, you know, that he got, and he got full disability, but he didn't even, you know. So, but we worked for everything we had. We get no allowance. We did chores 6 days a week. We did sometimes 7. We didn't get days off very many. We got every day off if we do our work. After we're done working, we could go out as late as we want. People never understood. They're like, "What? Your dad is so freaking strict, dude. Oh my God, I don't like being around, you know, come around and get all crazy because your dad's like, dude, just do what you're told around and just listen. If he tells you to do something, just listen to him. That's all he's asking you. Just, if you were young, just listen to him. You're young, just mind. Oh, not to listen to your dad. There you go. Don't come over. Don't go over to my house. Yeah, listen to my dad. But if you just did what you do, we done. We go out and stay as late as we wanted at night. People are like, dude, aren't you going in? The lights would come on. They're like, no. They're like, you know, get around your dad. How do you stay out? Well, no, we had to do our homework and chores, and then we can go outside. You know what I'm saying? And we could stay out as late as we want, and then we get no trouble, and we're always borderline getting in trouble. But no, none of us. You know, like I said, I don't have a record. My brothers don't. None of it. You know, none of us have a record. Never got in trouble. But Stray Cats. Yeah, I'm a stray cat. You a real cool guy. So you're gonna make me sing some Stray Cat. I wish I could be so carried wild, 'cause I got cat class and I got cat style. Oh, Hillbilly Rock, dude, I love that. Yes, I love Hillbilly Rock. That was some awesome. But still, I love that. Just the beat, man. Bluegrass, kind of like a bluegrass almost, you know. Ryan's a freaking musician, so he'd appreciate that. That's why I liked Hillbilly. It's kind of like bluegrass. See the relation a little bit? Am I wrong? You're a musician. I kind of feel a similar, you know, bluegrass has got that yeah, and Stray Cats. So rockabilly, right? Rockabilly. Hey, what happened to that culture? So, no, Stray Cats were one of my favorite bands, though. You know what I'm saying? One of my favorite bands. I love that whole album. You know, God, I can sit there and listen to that whole album. Stray Cats Strut. You know, 'cause I got cat class and I got cat style. Nice. Yeah, good stuff, guys. Outstanding. See, you guys have that. I didn't get the music stuff, guys. I didn't. I probably could if I'd picked it up. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't. You know, I could told you I could play a couple songs. Iron Man. I mean, come on, that's not that hard, but if I tried, you know, so. Gonna rock this town, rock it inside out. See what I'm saying? I love just the tempo. You know what I'm saying? Cool. No, actually, hey, listen, punk was a whole thing, and it's still punk was the thing. Straight edge. Sabrina, you ever heard of straight edge hardcore, where they would put X's on their? They were sober. They were sober punk bands that did sobriety, because a lot of bands that did punk, they did drugs and stuff, but there were not all of them. You know what I'm saying? Remember, straight edge hardcore was punk. I don't mean to, you know, but because I've been to some straight edge hardcore, you know, punk concerts, man. It was called straight edge, and they literally you know, they put the X's on their, you know, because that's the way they would call that, because they crossed out and didn't do drugs. They were a drug-free punk is what the whole culture. If you look into, maybe some of you guys might know what I'm talking about as Sabrina. They're probably, this is older, you know, the culture could have went away, but it was called straight edge, you know, straight edge, and they put their X, and it was punk, really hard punk, you know, mosh pit punk, true, you know, I grew up knowing punk rock just didn't mean you had a mohawk. You know, that's how kind of punk rock was what I thought growing up. Like a punk rocker had the mohawk, right, or something, you know. But it was a culture of music and you know, uh, right. That's what I'm saying. And there were a lot of them that broke away even back in the beginning of punk rock, like I'm trying to explain to you, that went off onto this straight edge, maybe a little bit more. Maybe some of these, like Iceman Ryan here might know, or Ziggy. I'm not sure. Ziggy, I think he's third. I think Ziggy said he's 38 years old. Do you say you're 38 years old, Ziggy? No, I can't remember your age. Suicidal tendencies. Heck yeah. Not. I didn't listen to as much as that. I know all the, but I remember my brother, my older brother, he loved Suicidal. That was like his 37 or 38. Gosh, man, my brain is. I wanted to say that, but I was. Something kept telling me, no, 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 but I'm close. I'm like, well, just go with your gut. So I don't remember how long you told me. I'm trying to remember these things, guys. I never used to do these things. My mind, you can see, is a very big file. My mind is a very large file. So, okay, no, I remember, but I was trying to remember Ziggy's age because I knew there was some similarity with that. All right, I apologize. My brain is like a file system. I can't wait till it, well, it's never going to shut off. That's the bad thing about this brain of mine, brothers and sisters. Even when I die, it's not going to shut off. It doesn't shut off. So, in case you hadn't figured that out, when you go to sleep, you know, yeah, whatever, but your mind doesn't shut off. That's not the way it works. Conscience is not a thing. You don't have a conscience. There's no such thing as a conscience. Listen here, Jiminy Cricket. You can hop your ass on out of here. Put some chocolate on you. Somebody want to eat this idiot here? Grasshopper. Listen here, grasshopper. Paint the fence up, down. Listen here. Here. So, all right, that's what I'm saying. So it's a race in my mind. Okay. So, whoa. So, but I do try to remember things because there's things that are important, you know, in my mind that I could have remembered in past that are important to me. You guys, and it doesn't. I don't mean to go there like that. I mean, like get all personal, but it is. I mean, this. Without this ministry, I'm really not a lot. I mean, I do get to move around and within the community and piss everybody off out here because whatever what I do out here, you guys would know what I do if you follow the channel. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do out here. Father sent me. Obviously, it upset the apple cart, but one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart, right? So yeah, they just think I'm the bad guy. But that's all right. I'll be the bad guy. You know, remember, judgments isn't for me until after I die, so I'm not concerned. But having, you know, something like that to make a mental marker in my mind is an abundance for me because I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't. I blocked it out. I was too lazy. I knew other ways. I was like, okay, I don't even remember any people's age. I can normally guess close if I'm close to them pretty, just because of appearance, look in their eyes. I got your age within a couple, 2, 3 years. I've always kind of had a knack for that. Let me just not size you up like, oh, listen here, girlfriend, you know, like that kind of, you know, thing. But let me get your appearance a little bit. Just look at your skin a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then look in your eyes. I can normally come within a couple, 2, 3 years at a person's age. You know, some people are a little fooling, but not too much. It's hard not, even the younger ones, I got to look in their eyes, though. I got to look into somebody's eyes. You know, I don't mean to go there, but I've always said that the eyes are the window to a person's, you know, most people I've talked about this won't look you. And if you just talk to anybody or whatever, look at research, I've been in sales. So eye contact's really important, right? And that's how I didn't have to worry about it. If I can dominate their eyes, I didn't need to worry about their name. That sounds mean. That sounds like a snake charmer or something. You know, but a little bit of manipulation, maybe knowing what I'm doing in my job and some confidence. I didn't need to know. Uh, uh, okay, so you see what I'm saying. So sometimes it can control the eyes, and I need to control the name to control the bang. It didn't matter to you know. I didn't already had the check. Then I can refer. Hey, Tim. You know. Tim. Thank you, Tim. You know, and knowing your name, right? So, so all right. But anyways, so you know what I'm saying? It's like a mental note, you know, and I couldn't do that because I just didn't want to before. I was just young and you know trying to get by in life and hasn't attached uh to the pot. So it's good to have some personal now where I can make a personal note with somebody and it means something to me. So I didn't mean to go off on this huge conversation just about guessing Ziggy's age. I didn't have to guess his age. I knew what it was, remember? Because he had told me before. I can't remember how long it was, but I was just trying to refer to that. Apologize. This is my mind. Get him talk about one thing, and that's it, dude. It's like opening up the whole can of worms falls out. Careful what you can. Careful what you're saying here. Careful what you can. Careful what you, yeah, Spats Buchanan, right? Spats Buchanan, my bad. You know who that is? Spats Buchanan. So careful as you can. Yeah, I mean, hey, yeah, there we go. Hey, you know, I have a picture on my Facebook page. I don't think I'm Facebook friends with any of it because I don't really use the Facebook page like that. But I have a picture. I don't remember which eye it is, but it's two colors in the picture. It's true. I mean, you can see it. It's predominantly my eyes, blue and green, you know, and very seldom. And my son used to tell me that my eyes change, and he told me in my eyes, he can tell when my eyes change colors, but he knew me, he'd been around me, he'd look me in my eyes. Guys, most people will not look you in your eyes for very long. I don't mean to be like that, but you can really tell how, I don't mean like how much they have and wealth or something, but just kind of how much of a backbone that somebody has, like how truthful they are. Not like they're lying to you, by how much eye contact they'll make with you. Because most people make about a second or two and they'll start looking down at your nose, or everybody always looks at my jawline. That's why I grow a beard, so people won't look here. They'll look away, and I get a better look at my eyes when I have a goatee and cover this frickin' jawline of mine. I didn't ask for it. Whose jawline do you think that is? That's my dad's jawline, so I didn't ask for that jawline. So it's hard, like I said, with things like that. People are like, huh? Well, now, you know, if I could sit there and make eye contact and know that you're going to start looking at nose and mouth and face, people just tend to look at my jawline. So, yeah, hazel. Yeah, my eyes are hazel. You know, that's the color, but they were like green, not hazel. They were green and blue. You know, they do. So people who tend to have yeah. So, but you know, like I said, it is people. Like I said, yeah, people have a, you know. So, but what I'm saying though is the contact that people make with you guys is very important in their eyes, and it does tell you a lot about somebody. And if you can focus on something like that, like I said, with somebody, then you can really have a lot more conversation with them, or kind of control the conversation if they won't make good contact with you, because you know they're thinking about something else. I don't mean to go there, but they're not a very, and I don't mean to be it that way too, but they're not a very dominant person. You know, it's just not, everybody's not a leader. Some people are great followers. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't mean to like, I follow after the word. I'm a slave for the word. You know what I'm saying? But I can also, you know, lead, you know, I'm a leader in my own body. I got to go out and share the gospel, right? So I have to be a good leader myself. You know, we're supposed to be, you know, well, whatever. I ain't gonna sit here and try to give you some freaking class on how to, never mind. My point is, that I'm saying is that I appreciate, you know, now that I have some control over my mind and my brain, and it's not so racy, that when somebody tells me something and it means something to me, that I want to try to remember that and don't let it get filed out, and don't be lazy that I don't have to remember something, or something to still have my way sounding very manipulative into the further into the conversation, or further where I need to go. So appreciate Ziggy again, you sharing again your age with me. And I just, you know, sometimes it doesn't mean anything. And I think, again, what stuck with me too, again, is that my dad died at 37. So, yeah, it isn't easy, huh, Ziggy, if you've never done it before. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So appreciate it, guys. I ain't mean to go off on that, all that. You know, I am talking about one thing leading to something else. One thing leads to another. Yeah, yeah. So, but it's appreciate it though. You know, like I said, I feel like we're all here together, and just bring it because it kind of brings full circle what I'm saying. That although we might have a difference of age, we all are eternal beings, and we're all meet each other on the other end of this, and we'll all be the same age, kind of like a clone. And I know that sounds crazy. To go there, but remember, if you've ever, like grafted into the vine, remember he said we must be grafted into the vine with scripture. You know what I'm saying? We're already the age of whatever we were. Now we're an extension of the age that is this. We are to kind of clone and to be like him. And I don't mean clone like Android, but you know what I'm saying? If you know anything about cannabis, you're like, yeah. So that's, that's what appreciate that, because um, absolutely. We're supposed to take what we have and bring it with us, and we will not forget everything. I don't know anything about my past, like a blip of, oh, I was this person or that person, but I know I'm not 52 years old. That's a joke. I'm eternal. I'm not 52 years old. I don't ever die. Remember I told you the Jiminy Cricket conscience that don't turn off just because you go to sleep. You're not dead, so just because you leave the flesh doesn't mean, well, like you're 23. No, well, I don't know. That's a great age, man. 23. Wow. The mind is so racy at 23. You couldn't stop me at 23, man. I was unchainable, unstoppable. But is that a song? Yeah, no, 23 was a crazy time. Huh? Your mind at 23. Oh my God, but I do appreciate it. So there really isn't much difference. Remember, think about if we eternal, but I do think, it's pretty neat, is that I find my son, and a lot of these younger generations, I've spoken about this before, kind of coming back, bring this again full circle. You know, like my son, he has an amazing, taste in music. How does he know the stuff I know from my culture? He likes, I'm saying, older music, you know, I'm saying, like a lot of it, he knows a lot of it too. I mean, I know because he's around me. He does have, like he is 26, but he definitely could hold his own in this room right now when we talked about music, and then bring in other kinds of, what I'm saying? How does he know some of the stuff that he didn't grow up then? I mean, he doesn't totally understand the whole culture. He might not go into like what Ryan or talk about, like hillbilly rock, and but he knows a lot of that. It's like crazy how some of these younger generations have a very broad taste in music too. And I think that's amazing that they understand and appreciate the old. Like, how the hell you know about that? Like, I like that kind. I'm like, wow. How do you hold that? And then they know all this new, like stuff we never heard of. Because there's a lot of music that spawned out of a lot of this, we've had that discussion in here before too. 50s, 60s, and 70s created what we know today. There wasn't music before then, but there was a huge smash through that generations, those 3 decades, even into, I'm saying, but that created the 80s, that created the 90s, that created what we know today. Those 3 decades were so crucial in how music was, even all the way down to, ugly old white dudes taking over, yelling Compton, but you moved to Riverside. Yep. Gangster rap culture and creating all that genre of Crips and Bloods and that whole spying in the gang culture and the drug running and the CIA. And a bunch of ugly old white dudes. George Soros, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. EpiPen, Epstein, all of them. So they're all in on it. But that's what I'm saying. There we go, Iceman. They like classic rock. Mostly, that's what I'm there. Boom, that's what it's nailing right there. And they know others too, but they like classic rock, and they know it too. And you can tell when they listen to it, they're singing, like, how are you singing that? they're singing that stuff like they knew that growing up as a kid. Like, so thank you. That brings the full circle for me too, right? That's kind of like that. Like they like classic rock, classic music, like that's amazing. And then they like all their stuff, man. So they're such amazing. Let's not ever think that these new generations are not just absolutely, in some ways, more diverse and more complicated than us. So we need not shut them down because we don't understand because they're Generation Z or X. Just stop all that. Stop all that. You know what I'm saying? Nice. There we go. Yep, you got a musical name. So you play the strings. So like the Harper's harp. So Zig, I hope you can appreciate, since you're a instrumental and chords. So kind of a music thing, but the Harper's harp, man. Imagine that one day to hear that vibration, frequency, sound, wave. Only the elect hear that. Remember, only the elect will hear the Harper's harp. That's it at the wedding. So that's why. So that going to be an amazing accord. To hear that, buzz, like I was telling you earlier, to be buzzed not by drugs but by sound and frequency and wave, because music takes over your whole body. Sometimes you have an eargasm, if you will. So, all right, enough of that. So appreciate the music, guys. Appreciate the personal time, and I've had a blast in here with you guys. It's been a lot of ups and downs, but it's a wild ride, but it's that's the way it's supposed to be. So you gotta be able to, if you want a broad stroke, then you need to be able to obviously step back sometimes and distinguish again the forest from the trees. But don't get too narrow-minded either, right? Because stay in the word. That's what keeps me going in this. So I'm super thankful again to come in here and share my thoughts, with you guys, and obviously the word, because that's more important to me than anything. I have to meet y'all on the other side, like I told my son. Can't be there to hold your hand. It's just gonna be you, Shiloh, and Father. So be ye ready, prepare your way, and all this other stuff is temporary. We are eternal beings. Our age is irrelevant. Time is a doorway and not some hands on a clock or some digits or numbers. That's not what time is. So do not be fooled by the illusion of time, or your age has nothing to do. It's irrelevant, but it does say something about how we are, again, what I was saying earlier in the conversation, so different. How are we races? We're one race. We have different even generations now that are very different from each other. This newer generations come pre-programmed. They can walk up to a VCR that's been blinking 12 for 25 years and nobody's be able to get it to program it, and they walk right up and make it change the time on it. Like I told you, my son, he's did that on my thing, and then he started making the thing change colors. Like, it changes colors? Yeah, Dan, it's kind of like that. Whoa. They come pre-programmed. So you better listen to them. They're smart. If I'd listen to my son, remember, Dad, take the gold and silver and go on the road. This might not be happening right now with me, but Father did it, and his timing's perfect, and I can't always do what my son wants, and I don't always do what I think I try to listen to what longevity, tells me, and not get caught up by the little commotion and the chatter in my head. But sometimes it gets away from us. So I don't know, man. Some of these guys tour, they'll go out there and tell you, they're like, watch, here's a, you know how to make an 8-track skip? Watch, you know how to do this? Like, seriously, like, Ziggy, they came up to me and told me, on Duck, remember Duck Hunt? Remember the game Duck Hunt? Now, I don't know if you know, but you could make the duck move. The duck, the controls, you shoot the duck or whatever, and you can control the duck. You can't control the duck. Yeah, you can. You just have to have another controller. I didn't know that until I was like this today years old kind of thing. They say that. So some of us learn later in life, I guess, right? Some things we don't always get. Do like a boomerang, throw it out there. Something takes a little while. Bam! Oh, now I got it. So I didn't know that. So it wasn't that long ago I learned you could control the duck. See, the younger generations would probably know that. How the hell do you know that? You didn't even play duck hunt. Anyone? They didn't have duck hunt. They know you can control the duck. They all know you control the duck. I didn't know until you control your duck. I played the whole time growing up. I had Pong, for Christ's sake. River Raid. Remember Atari? Come on. Pitfall. Swinging from the vine. No, that was the game. Pitfall. Remember Pitfall? That was the game. River Raid. Centipede. But that's why somebody like you might know it in their 30s. Yeah. It's just weird how they would know that. All the generations that are born now, you can move the duck, but they would never play the game. That's what I'm talking about, Ziggy. How the hell is that possible? Because that's father. So you better listen to these younger generations, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know the duck ever. You could control the duck. You could have been over there the whole time messing with your friend. They're like, somebody's like, yeah, we did that. I'm like, I don't remember anybody that did that. I know multiple people have a game system. I didn't know you could control the duck. So they know that, though. Every generation that's born, they'll know you can control the duck, and they've never played Atari. No. That's what I'm saying. Or they figure it out, Sabrina. I'm saying, or they would just, their minds would figure it. Control the duck. See, Marissa's like, what do you mean control the duck? On duck hunt. See, Marissa must be, I'm not going to ask. I was raised better than to ask a lady her age, but, and she never volunteered. But you can control the duck, Marissa, on duck hunt. You just need another controller and they can control the other duck. I'm like, no, you can. Yes, you can. You could have done it all along. I'm like, so Marissa was this years old today when she found it out. I know, huh? Like, never did I ever hear of anybody ever been able to control the duck. But you did. All you had to do is take the other controller, which we had a second controller, right? On Nintendo. That was a Nintendo game, Duck Hunt, right? Yes, on the second controller. I never knew that. Nobody'd ever picked up the second controller in my house, I guess. That's what I'm saying. There's like, there was some people, but the second controller, I'm like, I just don't remember playing to say, why would you, there wasn't a 2-player game. You know what I'm saying? Marissa, help me out here. Some people might have had a second controller, right? Which you didn't really need. There were some 2-player games, but it was a single-player game. You understand? But no, listen to her. She's right. It would have been kind of an oddity. Not every game. A lot of the player games were not 2-player games back then. There were very few 2-player games on Nintendo. That's why we would have never figured it out. Why would have you plugged in the other controller? So, okay. Marissa and I are still on the same sheet of music. You guys aren't going to steal our freaking childhood where we're like, everybody should have known this. Not everybody had a second controller. If you look at most of the games, I think there were a couple or few that might have been a 2-player game, but most games were a single-player game. There were some back then, but I don't think we had. Did Nintendo have Mortal Kombat? I don't think we were there yet. Were we on that? That was. So that's what I'm saying, if it made sense. So our brains back then, now children don't think like that. Just like you said, Sabrina, they would figure it out. They would plug in that other controller. They figure out a different way to blow on the game. Remember? These games get more blowjobs than I do. Oh, apologized. Did I let that come out of my mouth? Oh, I apologize, ladies. Hey, it's an adult-only stream, so we're all adults in here. But oh, the poor Atari cartridges, boy, those things. There was a. Let me see that. Remember? Let me see that. Yeah. Oh, we had all our ways to make the systems work, So I didn't go too long after that. I think I picked back up for something around Xbox or something like that, but for a little bit. But oh my goodness. But I do most of the games, yeah, look at all that. Then you guys all the hacks. See what I'm saying? The gun was the only controller. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why would, there you go. Marissa figured it out. The gun was a controller. So you can shoot. Could you shoot? Could you use the controller? The gun was a controller. Yeah, Super Nintendo. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah. The chip out blowing it too. Yeah, see, there we go. So, but no, hold on, Marissa. Maybe, because I think about maybe, but could you use the controller with the button to, it was a game that I thought it had a sensor. Didn't it have a sensor in it? Something that was why it was so high tech. You're like, wow, gotta get back in time. Duck up. It's like being at the arcade, baby. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if the controller would have been able to control. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what you did. You plugged it in, and it would have been like you had a second controller, but you could put a controller in your controller and control the duck the whole time. So you could use the controller. Okay, so that's what I thought. Maybe you could use the controller. Maybe once or twice I might have done that, but that was no fun. It was like, that's stupid, dude. I know, in this, there's like things we just didn't think about that then. See, Father made some of us back then that way. That's why I'm trying to bring it full circle with you too, brothers, sisters. Please listen to these future generations that are coming now, especially the younger ones, because they're going to come up with things that our brains have never thought about, or be pre-programmed for things that we never even knew in the old, and tell us things about the old. We're like, shut up. And they're like, we should have listened to him. Should have listened to my son, guys. He might be alive today. And I hope if he's alive, he's somewhere just having a good time and not thinking about his case. But I was stupid not to listen to him. Look at where it got me. I mean, I'm trying to be real. These younger generations are going to know things that let's not call them Z or X. Let's really think that they're brilliant. If they can make the damn radio turn colors when you didn't even know the faceplate did that to begin with, and start walking up and programming VCRs that have been blinking for decades, they know something, and then they like Ryan said, they like younger kids on the generation still like classic rock when they didn't even grow up in that, but they all know that you can use the controller now. So listen to them, please. Don't shut these kids down. Some of them are young, but they're not kids no more anyways. The world they grow up in, they grow up in a world too that, how do you be a child and know, oh, I'm going to have this great future, and what? Everything's so expensive. How much is it for a steak when you were a kid? How much is it a steak today when they're a kid? Think about that. That's a steak comparison. Let's say I've never done that, but that's brilliant. Do the steak comparison. How much was it when you were 8 years old for a steak? How much is it for an 8-year-old for a steak today? Holy shit, guys. So we gotta better appreciate these young ones. You know what I'm saying? Me too. There we go. See what I'm saying? Trying to break that wall down a little bit, Sabrina, is what I'm trying to do, because I know they don't like that too. They don't want to be coupled into this. We're the Z generation. Z. We're at the end. Z. It makes them feel like they have no fucking hope when you call somebody the Z generation. The fuck, man. Apologize for cursing again, but that's the stupidest thing to ever call this current generation, and they're not Z. You're going to find you're going to be let the fuck out. J was the last letter out of the alphabet, numb nuts. Take these nuts and smack them around a little bit, huh? In your jaw. All right, never mind. Seriously, I don't like what we've done to this. We just spend their money and nobody cares about them. Ever? You better have a millstone tied around your neck to be cast into the sea. Ooh, that's going to be a little bit better. Look, because it's a little darker. Oh, yeah, look at there. Woo! Cast into the sea. So, remember that? So, don't forget these. We're gonna leave this place behind for these people, and I thought the whole idea was to leave these children a better world to live in, not eat it all up now and live and lap the luxury and get stimulus checks, you know, or well, whatever. You see what I'm saying? It's just they've got good taste in music. A lot of them, they're very diverse minds, and they'll tell you things if you'll stop and listen to them. And like I said, give them the opportunity, you know. Stop thinking you can, and I don't mean to go like this, but you know what I'm saying, like you can mold them. And they are moldable when they're young, because they can teach you, or you could teach them things, but they could also teach you a few things, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, vending machines, cigarette vending machines. So, whoa, what a time, huh? But so this is a difficult time for these young ones to grow up in. We have handed them a disgusting, filthy world. We have let it go. And so let's be real that we need to think that these are our future. These are the ones that are going to wipe our asses. And if we don't take care of the younger generation, then you're going to have nobody to wipe your ass, brothers and sisters, correct? I don't have that, brothers and sisters, just so you know. Well, I did. I remember my son. He maybe never wants to talk to me ever again. So I've lost the only one that would wipe my ass for me. So maybe let's, you know, I just don't get that bad, or before I die, or before I get that way. But I've been bad before, or I've been bad from my injuries to my back. So that's why I try to stay busy, because sitting down or not doing enough, you know. So as long as I'm working 3 or 4 hours, 5 hours a day, some good, you know, some kind of physical work, I'm very all right. But sitting down day after day and, you know, doing very little doesn't do good for my body. So I'm thankful right now that if he has me upright, because I don't have anybody. If I went down this time to help me, I'd have to just drag myself around. And I've done it before, but it's not easy, man. A little easier when you have somebody to help you up off the ground, when you can't even, you know, pick yourself up off the ground. So drag you over the toilet so you don't shit yourself and shit your pants. And, so I'm thankful, Father, I'm upright right now. So for now, I'm out and I feel good, and I might be not out here in a little bit, but oh, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't really care. I'm so overthinking about it. I just put myself in a whole thing, thinking something it wasn't even. I was one day off. So I wish I knew where my son was at. It was so bad for that young man right now. I don't know where he's at, but he can't be living no easy life. But oh well. Father wanted it to be any different, it would be different. I'm certain of that. That I am 100% certain of. Nothing here is not happening. He's perfect. So I dismiss his young mind too. God, he was such a brilliant mind to have him around. There is, he could be alive. It's just, I mean, I shouldn't do any this less and put any kind of odds. There are no odds on it. He either is or he isn't. So. And I would think he has to know that I love him and I care about him and I'd want to talk to him, no matter how mad he was at me. So I would never think he'd be this mad at me, but maybe he's afraid for his life and doesn't want to come out of hiding because he thinks he's going to get killed. So I would think that too. If they shot me, when my dad told me, oh, if you don't resist, they won't shoot you, and they shot him anyway. So you probably don't have much Yeah, whatever. I won't talk about that. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. So nothing's gonna change. We'll see. I don't know if the attorney will call Monday or not. So just figure I'd spend some more time in here, share the gospel, try to not to talk too much about what's going on. Try to just, we were just talking about other things, which is good. Trying to just appreciate my time I have with you guys. I don't know how many more days this ministry will be up. So there is, you know, it could happen. They could, you know, wrongfully prosecute me. So it's already a mistrial. I know that. I've already told you guys that. If they don't have Elijah and Adriana there, how could they even take me to trial? So, but they still are. So I went and bought a suit and a tie. So I can look halfway, you know, presentable to the jury, I guess. But hey, at least I took it to trial, remember? So remember, if I have to go away, at least, well, he didn't just take a deal. So he could have stayed out of jail if he would have just taken a deal. Could have had a misdemeanor and unsupervised probation. So I will still take it to the box. At least I could do it with some dignity, not pride, knowing that I did what was right, is to make them prove that, you know, I hindered prosecution and I interfere with a peace officer. They don't want to listen to nothing else. They don't want to hear anything else. They're just bringing the evidence against me, but that's okay. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Put me in jail. Okay. So I'm glad it's Tuesday and not Monday. I really am. I'm glad that it's not, you know what I'm saying? Well, there's a different factor to that. Maybe the attorney will call Monday. I don't know. I think maybe he will, but I don't know. I can't declare anything to the judge. The judge is crooked. So if you're saying to say something to the judge isn't going to hear it. The judge wants to throw me in jail. I think the judge is actually being the one that's going to, I told you, that will rule from the bench and throw me in jail. So it won't be anything about my attorney. It won't be the prosecutor. It won't be anything. It'll be the judge. Because he is a crooked motherfucker. So, and I've said it to his face. You're going to go to prison someday. But he may never. Father will enslave him. He might gnash teeth at the end. But Father knows what he's doing. So I can't talk to a judge. Like I said, you don't understand, Ziggy. You just don't get it out here. The judge is crooked. The judge is a criminal. I'm sure he's had people murdered out here. This man is an absolute tyrant. He hired Judge Pat Wolke to come out here and try to put me in a trial in 6 days. He told me I had to represent myself in court because I was micromanaging my attorneys when my attorneys weren't doing anything for me. Telling me that I'm micromanaging my attorneys when they're not doing anything. They have filed nothing. Kind of like what this paid attorney has done. Nothing. So the judge won't hear anything. The judge is crooked. The judge should be in prison right now. Dave Vandenberg is a criminal. And that would be the root of this problem, was Dave Vandenberg. And then to get Ted Martin, his ass from out of retirement, put his ass in prison too. Because he's a criminal who's done all kinds of criminal behavior with Dave Vandenberg and Ted Martin. So I want to go back a little further and go watch this case. There's tons of information showing you all the things, you know, like I said. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But you're not going to tell these judges. I will not get a fair case. I have been pleading for a change of venue to the second attorney and first attorney. Paul Palmer said he was going to file a change of venue, and he never did. He never did anything. He never did anything. The P.O. Box is in the description of this video. So I put it in there. If anyone has sent a license plate, nobody sent me anybody. I thought somebody might want to. I'll buy some eventually or something. Collect them as I go. I'll find maybe some if I go on the road or something. I'm sure I can get them on the road. That's all I'll ask people on the road for them. I'm sure once I go on the road, somebody will give them to me. But it's a little hard to get in the mail and send them out. And so, but some people said they're going to send me some, but I never got any. So I've gone to the mailbox now a couple of times. I'm all over it. I'm not going to try and ask anymore, but it's just in the thing when I copy and paste. So uh, I don't know what that's. I don't know. It's Lake County. I'm in Lake County, so it'd be Lake County Jail. So and you don't have to write. Don't worry about it. I mean, don't worry about it. You could. I don't care. I care, but it's don't. I don't know what's going to happen to me. It's not going to be the end of the world. That I know. So when my world comes to an end, it's going to be a beautiful day. I want you to know that. I'm not scared to leave the world. I'm not scared to get out of here and go take a nap for a while. But until then, I have to endure and go through whatever he's going to make me do it. So, like I said, I'd make it till Tuesday or whatever. I'd sold the land. So I'm going to go in there with some money in my pocket. So at least I'll know this time, if one thing, I will have some money on my books. Hopefully, they won't rob it from me, but I don't, it wouldn't happen that way. I think I'm going to, make it pretty clear what's in my pocket. I don't think uh, they haven't taken any money from me last times that I went to. I made sure that they counted it, but they count it in front of you too. And if I can go in there, at least, yeah, I can't read anymore. My eyes too messed up. Can't read. Can't see that right side of the letters. Really hard to. I mean, I can read out of a book. You see, I can get close. The only reason I can kind of hard that's I couldn't do TikTok. I was having issues with TikTok. The lettering over there is a lot different. YouTube's lettering is real white and bright. So a lot of the times, if you notice, I'm looking around and my head moves around a little bit because I'm trying to see around my right eye, and I can normally. Sometimes I got to lean down like that too to get this. Try to focus to this eye because this has all this whatever hair and sand and I don't know what air. It's from the concussion, the grenade. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I use right now to read something. If I want to try to read something, I have to use this magnifying glass to be able to get my eye and look through and get this eye to stop focusing, the right eye, and then the left eye will focus. If I magnify it, this one will stop doing that for some reason. But when I don't do it, when I look down at regular, especially on black, on white pages, it's freaking just, this kind of gets fuzzy, it just all goes together. It sucks. I hate this. It's like one of the hardest things that's ever happened. It just doesn't, so it is what it is. I can't do anything about it. So then you know what I'm saying. Then I wish this eye would just stop seeing, and I don't want to stop seeing because I can still see. I can still see. I just have all this fuzz and haze, and then when my eye focuses when I'm trying to read, that's in the way, and so my eye wants to just make this eye, but then it's trying to figure out what this eye is doing, and it's focusing, and then it's hurt. It's actually makes this eye hurt sometimes, and I already had scratchy eyes and itchy eyes always, but it's just hard to look around that. If it just didn't see it, then I was fine. If I could just be like this, actually, that's so fuzzy. Damn, everything's so fuzzy. That's another thing, man. See, my eyes are so weird independently. That's fuzzy now. That's kind of fuzzy. That has learned how to, which is still a little bit, I didn't even realize that too. I'm just so, I guess, used to doing it now. That's weird, man. That sucks. Ooh, that's not good. I think the next time I take an eye test, I'm going to fail it. Whatever, man. Wow. That's way fuzzy. That's super fuzzy. And that's white too. That sucks. I wouldn't be able, like I said, that almost makes it looks like what the pages look like when so my eye's been fighting this for what, 18 months, trying to figure out how to get around and look and focus around. I even said if I looked in the mirror, I have another black, not a retina, but there's another black, hole in my eye, in my, you know, where it shouldn't be. And I don't know what that's from, other than, so I don't know if that's my eye from what I've been doing, trying to focus around, and now it's making some other way to try to focus. And there's another black, so, but, I don't know. I talked to somebody who went to, who was very concerned about me going from the beginning to the hospital, and then they wanted me to go to an eye doctor, and he took all my symptoms and what happened and took the video and showed it to a optometrist, and they said that there was a very high chance that they scarred my retina from the flash, right here, right here, in my face, that although it wasn't here, all that flash you can see, and that's what I see in my eye. I didn't know what I did when I was in jail. Like, what the hell is all this, moving around, and I'm in concussion and trying to get my head straight. I know my son's in that jail, and daughter's in there, and I'm trying to, but the shape of it looks like the concuss, and that makes, if that makes sense. So, um, and I've gotten so much more used to it. It used to really be a bothersome. Now it's just kind of, it's better, because it's settled, and it does some weird things from time to time. But it just, that's what it is. It's the scar on the back of my retina from the flash. It's just too close to my eye when it went off, and it literally caused a scarring on the back of my retina, because your retina is real thin, and that's what they're telling me that I'm seeing. It's not floaters or whatever. I mean, I had a couple of those, but that's something that comes and goes. That's little dots in my eyes, but I've never really had a whole lot of that. I've had really good vision my whole life. I've actually when I because I've had a CDL, when I take my physical, my DOT physical, when they ask me to read the third line, I just read the bottom line. So it normally makes the whole test go much quicker when it comes to my reading test. I just read the bottom line. That's how good my vision has always been, and I don't know if I could even read that other line right now, because I don't know if I can get my eyes to focus properly. Probably okay from a distance. I don't really have the issues when I look out into my vision, because I can see past that, and it's when I'm looking at something on a piece of paper behind something, depth of field. It's there, but it doesn't bother because I'm not reading anything. What I'm saying. Um, I know my brother had one eye, and he had a CDL, and he got around it on his test, and he had a CDL, and he was really afraid he couldn't pass the CDL test, but he had he has a blurry eye, but he doesn't have vision in that eye. What I'm saying? It's always been, um, but he's been that way since he was young. He used to wear a patch on his eye, and whatever, and he was younger, and glasses or whatever, but you can never tell him. And he played all sports, all star, and had to see it, but never let it bother him. But mine's just because my eye is just trying to figure out how to focus around that, whatever is in that scarring, and then it's not wanting this eye over here to function properly. This one starts acting all weird because it's not used to being like, all right, I have all the lead now. I don't know if that makes any sense. So that's why I wish sometimes either it would go away, or I wish it just stopped seeing out of that eye, so I can let this eye do whatever it's going to do. But I'm thankful to still have vision in the eye. It just actually causes just does weird things sometimes. They hurt or itch. That's always the thing with me. But I'm thankful I still have vision in that eye, like I said, at this point, because I can still see. It just has a lot of shit in the way in my vision. There we go. I've never said that ever. But I think I know what it is. Like I said, the guy he went to, he's like, he wanted me to go to the hospital. He was trying to take me to the doctor. He's like, you need to go. That's when I was bleeding out. He's like, dude, can't die out there. I'm going to check on you. I may want to be the only people. I know it's months at a time that I come, but I'll probably find you. And I don't want to haul you out of there, dude, because you fucking didn't go to the doctor. Please get this taken care of. And then he almost had me convinced. He's like, an optometrist is not a doctor. And I'm like, look at what they did to Joan Rivers. I'm not going to the doctors. I've been saying the president's been having a slobber knocker fest. And I wasn't wrong, was I? I don't think they want people like me to go to an optometrist. I think that might be my last trip to the eye doctor. So look what happened to Joan Rivers. He's like, dude, you're so nutty, dude. How did I know you'd say something like that? Come up to you and come up some excuse like that not to go to the damn doctor. You can use Joan Rivers as your damn excuse. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to the doctors. He's like, you're a stubborn freaking veteran. You know that? Like, whatever, man. It's not that it has nothing to do with I'm a veteran. I'm not going to the doctor. I don't like snakes up a pole. So, well, you can ask questions. I just don't really, you can ask whatever you want, but you know me, I don't like service. I hate the fact that I serve this beast system and it's garbage. Why do we have 1,000 military bases? In all 180 countries. Nobody ever hears. You only hear about this desert or that. Did you never hear about all these special ops that some people, like I said, there's a lot of things that go on that people like myself that, carry it above top security clearance. They'll stick a chip in you and track you and do all kinds of shit to you and make your life this. I think a lot of the times that's why I have the hell that I have in my life, is because my tour service, the things I did that I'm not supposed to talk about, the things that I do talk about in here, that I do disclose, and whatever though, I just don't like the fact that, military is the war machine, and it don't matter. You could be a cook. You could be National Guard. Look at these two fucking National Guardsmen got shot here, and they should not even be serving in a law enforcement capacity. I was a 95 Bravo. That is the war machine. The first one into war and the last one to go to war. No, the last one to leave the war because of prisoners of war. The things that people do to prisoners of war in other countries is not things you would never even want to fathom. You know what I'm saying? No, I mean, I don't mean to go there, but Ziggy, go look, and I don't look there. Go look at the. I'm not trying to say it, not whatever. It speaks for itself, but go look at the SWAT rate. I was getting shot at when I was a kid. Ziggy, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, in the streets of California, as a lighter complected, okay, whatever, white boy named Tracy Werner, Dick Tracy. And not just because I grew up being shot at. I don't mean to go there, but that's where I grew up. I was born on the streets of Los Angeles. I was born in the valley. The valley, the San Fran, that is the valley that's referred to as the valley. That is, I was born in the valley. So I grew up a minority. I grew up having bullets zinging over my head when I was young. So I could tell you stories when I was young and things that just but whatever, that's where I was raised. So it was normal. Went from, bullets singing over my, to join in the military, to becoming a law enforcement officer. So I guess that's when they shoot a grenade at me, it doesn't knock me down, when it should have put me down on the ground like a sack of fucking potatoes. It should have dropped right there. Again, I've been special weapons and tactics trained and been concussed and flashed and tear gassed and tased and maced and to eat a grenade is, I don't know how my body did that. I just don't know, other than Father had to put on some kind of protection. It makes no sense. The whole eardrum should have been completely blown out. I should have suffered brain damage. Brain damage. You can physically see how close that thing is. It's boom. I mean, you can hear the flash, which makes its own pop, bang, two, pat, bang. You hear it. But remember, I hemorrhaged for 6 months and bled for 6 months out of my head, not my chest. I have respiratory problems still to this day. So, so, but I didn't ask to be grenaded, remember, and asked, for that. That's different. I did sign up for the military voluntarily, and I did go do those things knowing what I was doing. But when you think you're serving a bigger cause and all that, whatever, and it is what it is. I was 17 years old when I joined the military, so I was joining the Army's delayed entry program. So as soon as I turned 18, I was gone off to basic training, so and to advanced training to do my Fort McClellan, Alabama, is where they do all the both art or AI, advanced AIT individual training comes after your basic, and it's all done in one location. There are a lot of MOS skill identifiers that they go to basic one place, but the military police is all out of Fort McClellan, Alabama. So, but anyways, that's a whole nightmare in itself. There's people who've been on that post that just literally that can just sue, that were military police just for training at that post, not even anything after they did, just for training on that post, because that's the home of the Chemical Corps. Like, do you know what they got? Even when I went through in my basic training, how they gassed the living, God, they were hard on us, man. I went through, if you look up my, Delta 795, man, extreme high stress training went away after that. And, one of the last military police training units to ever go through extreme high stress. Everything went to this medium stress or low stress training and stress cards and all this other weird stuff that the military brought in to try to, I don't know what the hell, weaken, I guess. And I'm not saying I was in the hardest military, but at least there was still, extreme stress training, and they could put their hands on you and they could discipline you, and they could, and they did, and they were ornery and they were mean. I mean, they didn't try to, beat you so bad and hurt you so bad that you didn't, couldn't perform, but you got your damn attention when you weren't paying attention. And even if you were tired, it takes sometimes like cracking a whip on a horse, makes the horse do what it's supposed to do, right? So, never mind. I don't believe, like I said, corporal punishment is not a thing anymore in the military. I don't think that's allowed in any way, shape, or form. I'm not into corporal punishment as a whole. I don't think that beating somebody is the way to get them to perform. So I'm a better leader than to beat you. I got better ways to get somebody to perform. But anyway, sometimes we need a little whipping to whip ourselves. But I let the word be my whip, if that makes sense. So, but I am thankful again that even after the concussion grenade, that I still have some kind of vision, that I can still hear, even though it's very robotic sounding, is all I can tell you. Do I hear? Yes. Is it different? Yes. Is that make for a whole different life? Absolutely. My balance is still here. I still have balance, but it's obviously, very sounding like a fan. Like my right ear is a fan. That's all I can explain to anybody. It's like there's not an echo like when you talk into a fan. So it's kind of annoying, but I've just learned to deal with it. I kind of don't mean to do that, but I have a bassy voice sometimes, and that makes it worse in my ear. And I hate that. It's so annoying. But all these things I deal with and live with every day. And I'm going to go to trial, and none of this is going to ever get brought up. Isn't that the hilarious thing, guys? And none of it's ever going to get brought up. Let me throw my last piece of firewood that I got in here on the fire, on the stove. And the wood stove, the wood burner. So. There we go. Propaganda. Die for the cause, right? What a bullshit idea that is, huh? Oh my goodness. Those burgers were good. More hamburger buns. More dress. So what's happening today? Is anything going on this rock today? I know that's, what is it? Saturday, right? Saturday? 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 Saturday's all night, all right, woo! Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, set the night on fire. Fire, fire. I think she might be taking off. Oh man, come on, chat. They're doing it to me, man. Okay. 7 inches of snow. Oh, damn, Ziggy. That was there, but just Chattanooga, nice. Chattanooga, Tennessee. Oh. We didn't see much of that here. We're not going to talk about that frozen water here yet. See, you got pictures of here last year. We had some frozen water, but no frozen water here. Let's not talk about that. Oh, let's choose on some more herbs here. Ugh. So what's on the radar today? Silver's $56, $62 outdoors, something like that. US dollars. You got any silver? Did you get any pennies? I didn't really get any opportunity in town to get any change like that, so a little bit, but you got any extra food? You got extra napkins, extra paper plates? Actually, tell napkins. You got any butt wipes? Any butt wipes? You got extra DB for your bunghole? Like I said, paper plates equal water to wipe body parts, man parts, and lady parts. Water's better spent on washing body parts than paper plates. Oh wait, you don't have to wash paper plates. So get some paper plates, please. Get paper plates. Well, that's eye for an eye, so I don't believe in the death penalty. So I don't think it's right to sit there and have to house people, but you can't take a life. We don't live under that testament. That's Old Testament. It's eye for an eye. So death penalty is Old Testament. So that'll answer that for you. So I don't care. It is what it is. It's just that's society. People in society are going to be like that. There's always bad apples in society. So if the system was different, I guarantee that things would be a lot different. So, like for example, if everybody's walking around and had a gun, nobody'd try to rob anybody now, would they? An armed public is a polite public, remember? And I'm not all calling for arms, but they create a lot of things too. So don't forget this. People, you know, go off the deep end for a lot of reasons, and that's because a lot of what the governments have done to the people. A lot of what religion has done to people, ideology of these religions and things like that. So, not the word, but religion. So, it's Old Testament. If I'd say it was Old Testament, I'd say that would be okay, but not under this. It's not eye for an eye, is it? So, the scripture tells us it's not correct, is it? So, who are we to take a life? So, what are you, some God? So, if you're going to take a life, you're going to have to pay. So, the blood will be on your hands. That's what, you can carry it in many ways. You don't ever have to. Sometimes people don't even realize they're paying U.S. tax dollars to kill people in other countries, and they're murdering people with their dollars. It doesn't mean they're not murderers. Anybody in America is a murderer who works for the corporation. If you go to work and you have a W-2, you're a murderer. Yes, you are. You will be held accountable for the murders of the dollars that you spent to go send to Ukraine, Israel, Iran, Yemen, Lebanon, 1,000 military bases in all 180 countries. And your federal tax dollars go to murder people in other countries. So you have blood on your hands. You're a murderer if you're American. If you have a W-2 and pay a W-2 tax and pay federal taxes, you pay to murder people in other countries. Doesn't go towards roads. That's your fuel tax goes towards roads. Oh, Mike, no, they go to kill people in other countries. Pay veterans, to do horrific things. So you could be standing on an X and go inside and flatten the curve and wear a face diaper and act like a little bitch. And that's a free society right there, right? When everybody's in debt, right? So, but people don't want to hear that. Oh, no, I'm not a murderer. Yes, you are. You will be held accountable at your death. Come time judgment, he said, the measure you pour out on others. Remember, you better start counting your pennies, your taxes, 2% taxes. They started a war with 3% of the populace, and I'm not calling for a revolutionary war, but, or I'm calling for an evolution, not a revolution, trying to get people to get out of the system. But here we are, people want to not look at what the scripture says, and it brings us to society that we're at today, where they don't even use scripture anymore. They've taken God out of country, so God out of the schools, God is out of everything. This is we're at full blown, just basically we're almost Rome again. We've just recreated Rome again. It is Jesus Christ is a bestiality orgy God. They were doing that at the time of Rome. That's Mithra. That's the same thing. That's what they celebrate. The New Year's in the middle of the winter. That's a Gregorian calendar, you idiot. Grow up. So the New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. So. Ziggy, I didn't say you couldn't protect yourself. That's different. Is that eye for an eye? No, that's different. You can protect yourself. Meek, not weak. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So didn't say that you couldn't protect your home. Don't get what I said incorrect. If somebody's going to come kill you, hurt your kids or something, and because you are not any less, because you have a disability, but if that has caused you to maybe have to take up arms to equalize or to be the equalizer, if just under Title 18, force necessary, force multiplier, Father didn't say let your kids get hurt or, hurt your children or your wife get raped, or if you had a wife or you let them run over you. You could, if you had to take a life, that's not eye for an eye. That's not what that means. Remember? Eye for an eye meant on the Old Testament, if somebody came in and killed your brother, you could go kill his brother. It was justified, eye for an eye. You could go outside and seek vengeance on that's the way it was. Now vengeance, he says, let vengeance be mine. So if you're not seeking vengeance and you have to protect your home, your house, that's your Fourth Amendment right either way. It doesn't, that's a God protected right. So you know that, because I'm not going to sit there and, please don't call yourself crippled. I mean, you could say that, you know what I'm saying, if you want to, because I know you're not any less, but I just don't like the, well, I'm crippled up. I guess that's not that bad thing, but you're not less because you have, a disability that has hindered some of your physical function doesn't make you less of a person. Like I said, I don't like that at all. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just, I just, I feel, oh, I can't call or whatever. I got a disability. Motherfucker, you're on here pegging away, putting things, numbers and letters on this damn internet. What do you mean you can't pick up your phone and call? That's even easier to do then. Don't use that as an excuse. I had that one person on there. You're not less than me. Don't come in here and make excuses for yourself. A disability doesn't make somebody less of a person, but in some cases, like we were speaking earlier, that's maybe why that Second Amendment item is a little more of a force multiplier. If you're actually sitting in a chair or that far down or can't get up or, or slow to even, move to get to the, force multiplier, if you will. So you can protect your home. You can protect your house. You can protect your property, your persons, and your effects under the original revised statute under Title 18. So, and that's not unlawful, and that's not going to get you out of the graces of God. If you had to take somebody's life, if you thought, Ziggy, that some man or woman, or it doesn't matter, was going to hurt or kill your children, and you felt it was necessary to keep them, Father would justify. And when you got judged, now I don't know what the hell this world will do to you, Ziggy. I don't care what this world will do to you. That's none of my business. This world's going to do whatever the hell they want. But come judgments, come facing Father, if you had to protect. But even though you are constitutionally protected, I'm letting you know, be careful. Under the Title 18 statutes, remember this, if that ever happened, because you have statutes that are revised that are not adjudicated through the House of Congress and Senate. The original Title 18 statutes under your Fourth Amendment allows you to deem the force necessary. So if you think somebody's going to cause bodily harm to your property, your persons, your children, let's just focus to your children. You have the right to, you know what I'm saying, it's pretty funny. Yeah, I want to use harsh language. Look at me in here always cursing up a story, but anyways, like I said, you have that right, Ziggy, and so nobody's going to be able to come in and walk on you. God never said be walked on. He said be meek. He never said be weak. That is night and day. So if you have to protect your home, please use your, use your brain. If somebody's going to hurt you, you'll know. Use your, somebody hurts your kids, you can protect yourself. You're not going to be out of the graces of God. Hallelujah. So I struggled with that a little bit years ago on this channel, and I cleared it up because I told people, we're supposed to not strike back at anybody. So give them your cheek 490 times. No, well, that's different. That means don't go out and seek vengeance. Give forgiveness. I mean, if it's that in the moment and they're, or something, that's different. See, so people need to know the difference in that. I was teaching that on this channel, and they came in here and said that, I said, if backed into a corner, I would strike because I have that right. And I didn't, teaching you the same Fourth Amendment right, the same question, this basically the same subject we're on, saying on the same subject matter. So that will be their evidence against me too. YouTube evidence. And I'm going to go, where's all the YouTube videos of me telling you for 258 hours that where's Elijah? So we'll see what they do in court too. It's going to be a cloud show. I'm going to get thrown in jail just because I'm not going to listen to their bullshit. So contempt of court. So whatever. Oh my goodness. You are protected under the law. You are protected under God's law. So, can you talk about God? Which God are you speaking of? God is a title. There is no God. G-O-D, God. Little g God. That's the word deity or demonion. So, what do you know about God? What can you tell everybody about this God you speak of? Who is this God that you speak of? No, that's not God. That's not God. You're a child. And that's not ever okay to touch children, have sex with children, or yes, that's Old Testament. I know. I'm not stupid. I'm a pastor. I have this ministry here, so we'll not allow you to come in here and pervert. Allah is not God. Well, that's a demon. Little g God, as you hear. G God. No, but that's not a God. That's a deity, like a little g God. No, but that's not a God. That's a deity. Remember? Muhammad did not hang from a tree and make a covenant with his bride. Muhammad had a child as a wife. So, a minor. That's disgusting. You're not supposed to have sex with kids. I know the Old Testament, how all that works, but we're not under the Old. So, that's what's going to happen. Yes. Haven't you read the Albert Pike letters, the Third World War? So, it's the way that it's just written that way. Releasing the nihilist and they're going to go after Christianity. It's said it in the scriptures. The beheading of the saints, the encampment of the saints. So there's a bunch of false ones, and they'll take those out too. A bunch of fake religions too. They're all fake. So, including the Quran was written by Catholics. That's how much Islam people know about their own stupid religions. All of them, whatever. Allah, get it? Allah, Kamala, Allah Akbar. So, but they're all vain. They're basically Christians without a sun god. So, that's what they are. The Quran was written by Catholics. I go ask Muslims that. They don't even know that. They don't know anything about Judaism. They don't know anything about, they think they do, but Christians think they know about Christianity, and Christianity is the pagan religion out of Egypt. Gods of heads and birds and men and poles. That's Native American. They ain't native. They were Satanists. You know, Father here is like, have some blankets. Be comfortable. Take a nap. Take a dirt nap. Here. Be warm. So then they were cold. So basically, see, I don't mean to go there, but that's what I'm saying. He wasn't the Hamashiach. He didn't hang on the tree to make a covenant with his bride, and people want to put him up as the Hamashiach, the Messiah. That's what they call Christ, a prophet, in their book, the Quran, and do not recognize him as the Hamashiach, the Messiah. Shiloh, they put Muhammad as their Messiah, a pedophile. So kind of silly, because the Quran was written by Catholics. Priests, kitty touch much? Haha. Yeah, that's Semiramis, Ishtar worship. That's the crescent moon, remember? And the star, Ishtar, the crescent moon. We had that touched up yesterday. Look at all that red. Woo! It looks so much better. And you even hit the white. The white just came back out because the red was correct. So, crescent moon and the star. Notice all those Muslim nations. So, does it make sense? The star, Ishtar, Semiramis, the one who had sex with her son, like rabbits, Tammuz, like Ash Wednesday, the weeping of Tammuz, Ash Wednesday. Satanist. Catholics, Christians are Satanists. They follow Papa, the Pope, Father. He said, call no man Father, remember? Call no man Reverend, call no man teacher. People are idiots. They don't know what they're talking about, never heard or seen it in their life. That's an idiot, so. People freak out if I call them an idiot. Like, whoa, slow down, ignoramus. Then our dialect is foreign, alien. They have an alien tongue. There's no such thing as tongue. There's no such thing as aliens. That's all fairy tales. Remember, fairy is a Celtic demon, like Nanu Nanu. You know. Spock, get it? Beam me up, Scotty. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. You know what I'm saying? You know how that works? So they weren't Native Americans, you know what I'm saying? They weren't natives. They came over the ice bridge. They wandered over. Remember the Yuga cycles? Don't you remember the Maunder minimum? These were mini ice age. The Maunder minimum, the Dalton minimum, the Oort minimum, the Sport. Remember, this rock is frozen. They wander from the south up here north. Remember the Mayans? They knew the Yuga cycles. So they weren't natives, you know. So try to remember, you know, there's been a hijacking. No, Jesus is Satan, the sun god Mithra. Christ is a term never written in the original text, nor is the letter J ever written in Hebrew or in Greek. So you're a religious Christian idiot. And I rebuke you with the word. The word, Father's the word, Hokadesh. There's no Jesus ever written in any text ever in Old or New Testament. So you're a Satanist according to what the word says. So welcome to the text chat. We're going to throw you out of here if you spit more. Your J was the last. It wasn't Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, Z was not the last letter added in English. Didn't exist in Greek. Didn't exist in Hebrew. And the letter J was the last letter. So there is no such thing as Jesus. So get away from me. Okay? And we won't find our letter. If you could be corrected, I'll help you. Because there was no J's. And it says Shem, not name. Didn't say Shem and the Lord. That term never written in the text ever one time did we ever find the word Lord. The Lord's Prayer doesn't say Lord. You go back and read the text that was there. You add. He said, don't add a jot. If you don't know what a jot is, I would never say anything that's in that book. And you have to. You're actually supposed to share. That's part of the agape. That's part of the gospel. You have to be a disciple. He makes us, he tells us we have to bear that witness, be crucified for going out and sharing this light with others. He is the light. He is the gospel unchanged. There's only one. Paul said two, remember, true gospel. That's unchanged. Add a jot, you'll blot your name out of that book of life by self-will. You go to hell, right? Hell's not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. God's not in the sky. God's a title. There's no such thing as Jesus. Christ doesn't exist in the text. There's no such thing as Lucifer. That word was never written there. We're not supposed to celebrate anything under this, especially the celebration of self. There's only two birth dates of all the scripture. One was Satan, and you're a Satanist if you celebrate, and especially the celebration of oneself. They celebrated the sun god, Jesus Christ, on December 25th in the middle of the winter. Mithra at the time of Rome. But you go by a Gregorian calendar, it's not 2025. God's not in the sky. Father created the stars, therefore no way did he come from some stinking star. He was spoken from well, stinking, maybe it burned out. Maybe you're, what is that, Beetlejuice or something, you know, I don't know. So these people are quite lame, like a duck, sitting there like a duck in a pond. We were talking about duck hunt earlier. Somebody's over there controlling the duck, baby. Whoa. Are you serious? But okay, anyways. Father doesn't love his bride, right? No, Father only loves his bride. He don't love the world. He didn't love everybody back in the Old Testament. He only loved Aaron and Levite, the high priest. Remember Levitical Levite? Sabbath laws, dietary laws, keeping the Sabbath, letting the land lie fallow, rest on the seventh day. You know any of these Old Testament laws? Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. See, it was a religion? No, it was called the law. the Torah. And he said, don't add under that testament, add one sin, death. Under this testament, add one jot, death, one tittle, death, one yod, death. So why would you add a letter J? That never even existed in the original text. So there's no such thing as Jesus. There's no such thing as aliens. Alien is a word. A foreign alien tongue. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. There's no such thing as aliens. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as fortunes. There's no such thing as your fairy, is what you are. Fairy tales. So, we speak English. Do we translate in English? He said, don't translate is what he said, don't do. He said, do not add or take away. So you're not to translate. He told you not to translate. So, see, that's your problem. He didn't tell that. He said that he didn't say what you said. That's what you want to do. He said, don't add. So you need to go back and study in the Hebrew text, the Old Testament text, to make sure you're using a lexicon so you know the definition of the words that are coming out of your face. He said, before Abraham was I am. So we know he is Father. The Word became flesh. Correct? Don't add a tittle. That means translation. Transliterate means it's not added or changed a single jot or a yod, which is a letter, or your thought, which means giving it your own spin translation. He said, do not do that. It's the last words he left us with, the very last things the Hamashiach said. If you add even the smallest jot to my book, that means thought too, with your translation, or the Greek word is porneia, idolatry, believing your own lies and distributing them to yourself, your own, making your own version, right? And he warned of two things, idolatry and imagery. If you add a jot to my book or take away the smallest jot or tittle, I will blot your name out of that book. So tell me where it says you get to translate. It says not anywhere. It says you must transliterate. Do not literally change anything in this book. So why is it okay to add? He said, do not add. That's the last thing. He said the Hebrew word is froward. That means to twist, add, or take away. And he said, don't do that. Pervert my word. He said, don't pervert my word. And you're a pervert if you call him Jesus. So get the fuck out of here with you stupid little silly Jesus. Mithra at the time of Rome. Here's your Jesus. There's your Jesus, your cracker, sun god, worship tree, Esau, Moloch, birth on December, your orgy Jesus, okay? There you go. You don't like that? Pluck you. The pluck out of here. Go pluck the U-bow somewhere else. Remember the one with the bow and the arrow? 2 riders in Revelation. 2 riders on white horses. One in a White House. Acted like he's the one on the white horse, huh? No. Showing you that he's coming. So, good question, but no, we're not supposed to add and say that, right? Because it's what comes out of a man that defiles a man. So I apologize, but I'm not sorry. I'm not. So learn your dialectus gloss. They used to pluck the U-bow, that they cut their bird finger, or what you call your bird, flipping the bird so they can not pull the drawstring back on the U-bow, and they would pluck that bow. The bow is Satan, the one that brings the cure and the disease, the bow, the toxon. So fuck you if you don't know what the word pluck you means. Go somewhere else. Learn from somewhere else. Somebody's in some soft, watered down Jesus. Use some watered down milk. Get the meat here. And he said, eat of the meat. I might only be getting this for a couple more days, so you're going to have to go back here and glean from this channel after I'm gone, if I'm not here. So apologize. Maybe somebody can go in and do some censor or something, bleep out all the cursing. But other than that, I have no qualms in what I've done here. So Father made me do it. So no, don't add to my book. Don't add to my word, or I'll blot your name. You'll go to hell. So you can't call him by something that was not there at the time of Rome, nor was it the time of, right? Oh, Rome. When was the Old Testament? Boy, that was how long is, see, you don't study in English. You study it in Hebrew if you're going to study the Old Testament. How long ago was that? Why would you be studying it in English? You know, you can't translate, right? You can't, he said, don't do that. You can't take the Hebrew, trained it into Aramaic, and then English gets lost in translation. So you're never going to learn anything in English. English is a bastardized language that's meant to bring down your energy. Your verbiage, your vernacular is weak and low energy. If you understand me, put a 1 in the chat if you know anything about English. Do you understand me? Who understands me in this chat? We'll use some English. If you do you understand any English? Hablo español? You speak any English? You understand English? Do you understand? Anyone? You get off your knees if you do. I know when I've been licked. So careful. Don't translate at all. So that means you're going to have to actually reproof the word with others that are in the narrow way. And don't be hanging out with vipers that are lazy in their dialect. Lazy dialect means for alien tongue, things that are foreign to the gospel. Add or taken away. He said, do not. So excellent question. Probably not the answer you thought you're going to get, but that's the word. Remember, he said, don't add or take away. Even the smallest jot or tittle, or I'll blot your name out of that book. Remember, he said, once written on tables of stone. That was the law, as I was speaking to you earlier. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Or under that Old Testament, one sin was death. Under this New Testament, one jot, one tittle death, one yod death, one thought death, right? Once written on stone tablets, the law is now blotted out, all the laws of flesh. Not lawless, but not, remember, repugnant, is what this Constitution says that we're currently under, that nobody will actually apply it, but, right? That once written on stone tablets, the law, scrolls, is now blotted out and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of the hearts of his bride. That's it. And it's not under laws of flesh. It's on tables of their hearts. So people get it twisted because I won't sup with them in here because they want to act like a viper, or they have an alien dialect that I don't want in here. Don't add flinging around fish hooking jays and, you know, trying to catch people, get them caught up, and or be fishers of men. Correct them with the word. Show them to the narrow way. You're going to study the Old Testament. He said, before Abraham was, I am. Then we know he was father, Aries the ram. And you need to study the Old Testament, the lexicon, and use your dictionary, right? Hebrew, lexicon. How are you going to study anything if you don't know the definitions of the words you're speaking? You don't know what the hell you're talking about. 99% of the people don't know what the hell is. They don't know where it is or what it means. They think people die and go to hell. Nobody dies and goes to hell. You don't die and go to hell or die and go to heaven. That's not what that means at all. You got that totally twisted. And now you're going to think people go to the sky. Okay, God. Okay, Jesus. You're Jesus, you're Sky Daddy God. Oh my goodness. So, all right. Well, whatever. It's all this worship of sun and tree worship. Tree. Moloch. The tree god. Al. Woo! Eat your kids. Throw your kids in the fire. What do you think they did to their kids before they ate them? They took them to Trump's Island. It's not Epstein's Island, it's Trump's Island. So grow up. Be real about it. Are we charging again? All right, we're charging, all right. Cool. So what's on your radar? What are you doing today? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything. I'm not. I'm just sharing the word. Just coming in here. Said I thought I had a court date on tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow is Sunday. So I have No, wait. Today is Sunday. Tomorrow's Monday. Tomorrow's Monday. Today's Sunday. Tomorrow's Sunday. Tomorrow's Sunday. Tomorrow's Monday. Damn, get it straight. Get it right. Get it tight. So I have trial Tuesday. So I'm just trying to enjoy my last days of freedom, if that's a thing. So thanks for joining me. Can't. Oh, my chat's all freaking. Dude, this chat sucks. Getting right. Getting right. Oh, may I debate? Remember what? Where is me? So many people have been. It's not for you to decide, Ziggy. Oh, wow. Today is Saturday. Okay, yeah, Saturday, because yesterday's Friday. Nice. I still have a few days. A couple of days, few days, pretty much. Oh, it's getting close. Oh, my gosh. What a long race this has been. No, remember, Ziggy, the word says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So don't be trying to bring anybody to Jesus. Although you're to be fishers of men, you let the word speak for itself. The word is like it's a double-edged. He said, I came to bring a sword to the vision. It's like a knife. It cuts all the way to the marrow, to the quick, to the core. It's not a feel-good Jesus. So don't worry if people don't like it. People love this. People love it. Many are called, but few are chosen. Remember? I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to my image, the ones he chose from the foundation of the world. So don't be nice. The word nice means to be stupid. So he wasn't nice. Hamashiach wasn't nice. Don't be worried about pitching some nice Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And don't do that. I did that for over a decade. Wasted people's time, wasted my time, and I'm sure that's why I pay a tremendous price today for all my false, easy Jesus teachings, you know? So thinking I'm a fisher of men, bringing people and stacking my chips in heaven, and although there's a parable to that, it's not. Just use the word. Just use the word. Rebuke people with the word. I constantly quote the same scripture over and over again, out of Matthew, out of Luke, out of Peter, out of Paul's writings, Corinthians, Colossians. I constantly quote the scripture through the gospel. That's it. So that doesn't matter, though. I know that, but that's just because you're young. You'll get over that as you get older. It doesn't mean you'll stop sharing, but you'll stop trying to do something that's impossible. You'll let Father do it. Like I said, they'll either be hungry and they'll want that, and you won't have to convince them. They won't be on the fence. Do you understand? So they'll know them by my voice. He says that he who tries to enter by any other way is a thief and a robber. Remember? So I think we got a four-wheeler going by. What the hell is that? That's a weird sound. Hold on, that was an odd sounding. Maybe it's an airplane. It's a weird sounding airplane. Huh. It's kind of got a bell. Whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe I missed them. Maybe they passed. But we don't get too many people come down the driveway here, so but you are to be fishers of men, okay? You are to go out. You are to go out and share the gospel. It doesn't matter what people think. The gospel isn't an easy gospel. He said, bear witness, bear your cross. Matthew, deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. That's going to come with suffering. People aren't going to like what you say. That's okay. It's not here. You're not here to be nice. Remember, if you're loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. Okay? So the gospel isn't an easy It isn't. He said, come out of her, my people. Remember, the gospel is the narrow way. He said through tribulation. Paul, remember, we must suffer. We must go through much thlipsis to receive that kingdom. Remember, the kingdom, right? He was the king. Remember, they wore a crown of thorns, the king of the Jews. They put over on, they hung him from a tree, fulfilling that contract. So go out there and share the word, and if people like it, they'll be hungry. They won't be able to get enough of it. They'll keep coming back. They'll want to sup with you. Don't try to break bread with people who want to hear this easy, other cotton picking, sit on your ass Jesus. And ask you somebody who can't learn. He said, bear your cross daily, deny yourself daily, and follow after me daily. And that's what he did. He went up and stood up to the perversion of his father's law. Through the church, they had perverted all the rituals, the celebration, the water, halakha rituals, their baptism, all that had been perverted. They made a dual law, a written law and an oral law. The oral law you could speak but not write down. The written law you could write down but you couldn't speak. But people don't know anything about that. I don't hardly ever talk to anybody who's religious know anything about that. Oh, Jesus and God, and shut up, dude. Tell me about the Targum. Tell me about the Mishnah. Tell me anything about the Torah, Old Testament. Tell me anything you know about this new covenant. Tell me anything out of Paul's writings. Give me the gospel. Otherwise, don't speak up. Go learn the gospel first. Or you're all over the place. You don't even know what you're talking about. Learn the gospel first. You know, that's why this is a 100% gospel-based channel, period. I don't speak out of Enoch. Which author? I don't speak out of Jasher and Lilith and all these other Book of Thomas and all these other, no. The Gospels, excuse me. The gospel is the gospel of the Hamashiach. There are tidbits and stuff that have been taken out of the books, but they're not aligned with the original definition in most cases, in many cases, and they're not aligned with the gospel. There's a reason they rejected 22 texts when they canonized and came with the 66 books, the 13 of the new and the 53 of the old. If Father wanted there to be 67, there'd be 67. If he wanted there to be 65, 88, 87, no, there's 66 books. And I hyper-focus on this new covenant because all these Old Testament books, we know that all these laws of flesh in the 53 old have been blotted out. We will find those laws in the first 5 books of Scripture: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. If you notice, I don't like saying the word Bible because Bible means book. And I don't do this whole paper nonsense. You need to study. If you're going to study the paper, you need to study the text that it was written in. Okay? The interlinear Textus Receptus was the one that was canonized, so you can literally take out every word with your lexicon and define. Use concordance. That's what it's there for. So you can one-word study. Learn how to study before you go speaking anything about the gospel, because otherwise you probably don't know the gospel at all. I very seldom find people who know the gospel. So that's okay. They teach the other gospel. They are false teachers and false prophets. That is the word scorpizo. And he said, call no man teacher. There is no prophet. So, this is all the prophecy was fulfilled. Last prophecy was no stone to be left upon another, right? No, that was not. That was the destruction of the temple, of the physical rituals. The last actual prophecy fulfilled was, right, the unblemished sacrificial lamb, as he said he would be, not a broken bone in his body. So he fulfilled that prophecy to fulfill all the rituals of prophecy, celebration, fee, fine, all of the old customs of the Old Testament. We're not under it. So it's beautiful, but people don't know that. They know some other watered down other gospel. Sit down Sunday, one day, fun day, Jesus. I believe in a God. You can't believe in a God. That's not what believe is, a thought in your head. You can't believe in a Bigfoot or believe in aliens. There are no such thing as aliens. There is no such thing as Bigfoot. Alien is a word. Ghost is the word Hokadesh. Father is ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Well, you better fear the Lord. Remember, there's a term that's never written in the text. Lord, never written, never. Not going to find it in the text. Why do you use these words? Yeah, well, we do. I mean, we prepare. Zig, I mean it in a way too, because I say that, but meaning call no man teacher. Like he said, he is our teacher. He is the one who speaks for us. Okay, we're not going to teach anything with our own translation, our own version. We use the word. We put that light at the top of our house, and he said, call no man reverend, right? Call no man father. So he is the one that is at the top of the house, that we put that light. He's the light that we put at the top of the house, and we let him shine. We let him speak for us, right? 2-3 days, and we go to the courtroom. I've done this every single time. I have to go to the book of Luke. Thank you, Father, for the book of Luke. Fear not, Holy God's flock. But it says in the book of Luke 12:11, oh, ye be without counsel, right? And they will throw you in front of their magistrates and their synagogues, right? And their churches and their men in their black robe, their law, right? And right? You will not worry what you shall say. I will give you the answer. So here I am with my case. No counsel. It doesn't even matter if I paid whatever. I'll see what I'll get to say when I go in there. I always know I'm this close. Anybody's ever gone, and Kevin's been there a few times to see. He's like, dude, you're always one word away from going to jail in there. They're always threatening you too, to throw you in jail, and you always just leave right at the right time. They don't ever slam the gavel, case dismissed, nothing. I always just walk out of the courtroom. So I do most of the time. So they don't do the same formal, a lot of the things when I'm in there. Kevin's been a witness. He could tell you for sure. It ain't normal business when I come to town. Uh-oh, here he comes. Here comes trouble. Comes in all different kinds of packages, doesn't it? Oh, crap. Oh, man. What you doing? Come here, my little puppy. Come over here, my puppy. Come hang out here with the dad for a minute. Come be with the dad. Come be with the dad. Come be with my dad. I love this boy. He went to town with Dad and got a tattoo. He didn't get a tattoo. Dad got a tattoo, huh? Dad got a tattoo. Yes, your dad got a tattoo. Says, huh? Dad get his tattoos, some more tattoos. Oh, yes, this my boy. You're such the best guy I ever did, Bass. I ever did, Bass. Oh, he's gonna be crazy. He's gonna be crazy. Watch it. He's gonna kick me and be crazy. Here he goes. He's gonna be crazy boy, and he's crazy. He's crazy boy. Crazy, crazy boy. Crazy, crazy bone. Crazy, crazy bone. Crazy, crazy bone. He's the bone that I love. He's a good bone. You're such a crazy bone. Carol, you're gonna fall off the couch, baby. You're gonna fall off the couch. You're gonna fall off that couch. Come here, my woman. This my boy. This my guy. This my guy. You're the best guy that I ever did was. I love you. What a good guy I have. Do you love the dad? Don't you kiss me on my tattoo. Don't you kiss my tattoo. Don't you kiss my tattoo. He's being a weasel. He's got to get close to the dad. He's got to be hugging the dad. Oh, he wants a hug. He wants a hug. Oh, him wants a hug. Oh, I love you too, you big old bone. You're such a big guy. You're my biggest puppy I have now. You're my only puppy, but you're my biggest puppy. Pants his burst all the time now. What a handsome guy that is. Could you be any more of a handsome? Just tucking those ears back for the dad. Tucking the ears back for the dad. Oh, he was a dad. Oh, don't you kiss me. Don't you dare sneak no kiss in there. I feel a kiss coming. You see it? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about kissing. No giving, no kiss. I seen that in your brain there. The wheels started turning in there. The wheels started turning. The wheels started turning, Mr. Pants. Mr. Pants. He stuck to me like a magnet. Hey, no kisses. He got a kiss. He licked my arm, darn it. Oh. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Oh, you're all right. You're okay. You're fine. You just didn't get enough cuddles, did you, huh? He's my good boy. So, I love him. Oh, Father, don't take me away from my other dog, please. I don't want to be away from my other dog. So hey, I should still think too that there might be some kind of, there is possibilities I might not go to jail. So need to be ready, guys. I don't want to hang around here long. Um, just throw that one out there, man. I better hurry and get some more stuff sold out here. Um, figure out where I'm going to go. I don't know. I have no destination, so you know it's different when you have somewhere to go, but I don't have any destination. So. Mission undetermined, destination unknown. Don't even know I'll be coming home. So. We'll see when we get across that bridge, but oh boy, we'll I guess it'll all get settled here in a few days, won't it? I'm not settling, but you know what I'm saying. Few days, guys. That's it. I mean, that's it. Here we go. Cool. I'm glad that I was kind of one day off here. It gives me one day to play with. Kind of, it's just a little variable. So, maybe, like I said, maybe John will call Monday. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking since he didn't call Friday because it was Monday. Well, now if we didn't have court Monday, he'll probably call me Monday and let me know he's either dropped it or I'm going to court. I can almost feel that now. I don't know. I wasn't feeling that earlier because I wasn't looking at the calendar, I guess. I was just looking at the calendar and went, oh, shit, Black Friday. Damn, I'm screwed. Turkey Day and then Black Friday. Oh, man, I'm going to cook my turkey, cook my goose, and then Black Friday and then go to court on Monday. Hell, man, this isn't looking good. And the attorney don't call me, so we'll see. Well, he might call me. If you don't call me, oh, well. Oh, well, it is what it is. What could I do? Nothing. Nothing. Oh, my goodness. Man, I'm so glad I got my tattoo finished, guys. That's done. It's complete. It's a whole sleeve. It's a complete sleeve. A sleeve. Look, it's done. Holy crap, it's a sleeve. Now we got to start working on making this one a... Oh, yeah. So, oh, yeah. I'm going to do that on the road. I'm not going to do that here. I'll do that after I purchase the pickup if I don't go to the hole. I'll find some artists to do some work while I'm out there on the road. I'll find the right artist to do it. So we better go get some wood here pretty soon, bud. We want to keep the house warm. We want to keep the house warm for my puppy, so he can hang out on the couch with the dad. So he can hang out on the couch with the dad. What are you doing? Hey, don't put your paws on me. I just got a tattoo right there. You're going to scratch me. Thank you. I'm really stoked about that stop sign, too. It just looks so much better. It's like the color is finally back, When I originally had it done, it looked like that, but then it just went away, and then I've had it done like 3 times. So this is actually the 4th time I've had it done. 4 times. So, but I think it's done right this time. I really do. I think it's going to stick this time after all these years. I think I found the artist that I'm telling you, he put it in there. I've seen the way it was just slowly working it back in there, not beating it up. So now it looks just like the other ones. See what I'm saying? It looks right now. It looks correct. Look at the white. It even looks white now. You know what I'm saying? God, that looked like garbage. I have to go take a screenshot of that in an old video. And yeah, me too. Because it did look like this before, but then it went away. And it could. It might not. It doesn't. It just kind of... It's a spot that's just tender. But he did use the coil machine. And the last, 2 times that they did it with that other... Like when the guy did this one and it had the issue, and then I had to have him go back over it, and he fixed it. Even with the same machine. So maybe if you just go back over the same machine, it would stick. Because he did this with the same machine over here and it stuck. But look at that. That looks burgundy too. I love it. Look at, see that? Remember how red it was? Look at the difference of that. See why I wanted that different? Remember how those were almost the same exact identical red? What a change! I'm a work in progress. See? I'm a work in progress. Oh. So yeah, I'm going to get rid of this too. I'm going to get rid of this right here. I'm going to take this away. That's why I went ahead and have him just made this all black right here. Like this. Just right here. Because I actually might tattoo this myself. This I might tattoo myself. I might get a machine and do this myself. I think I actually probably will tattoo this myself. I'm going to tattoo this myself. Here. Right in here. All this myself. But I'm going to redo this. Oh, look, he fixed this too. Look how much better that looks too. That's why I had him do it all in black. So it's just sitting there and just pops out of there like that. You know what I'm saying? On that side of the black. So I'm going to whip shade it back a little bit back into that side over there. Kind of knew what I was doing because I had him stop right there. And he had a star right there in the middle of it, but I had him just black it out because I'm going to do all this with like some more stars. So you're not into tattoos. Oh, well, there's no such thing as luck. So fuck you. Eat a dick. Fuck off. Your little fucking rabbit. The little silly fucking rabbit. You can hop on out of here. 2 rabbits for you. Fuck off. Hop on out of here. Fuck off. Buck off. Whatever. Jackalope. Care what you like. Care what you're into. Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you. Thanks for coming in. Well, if I cared about what people were into, I'd change who I was, right? I don't change for nobody. I do what the word tells me to do. So it says don't sup with vipers. So see you later, Viper. Oh, did somebody die? Oh, we had a death in the family. Somebody died. Did you have a wake? He's mourning. She's mourning. They're mourning. What are you mourning for? No mourn. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. So we try not to mourn in here. We die to flesh daily. You know that if you come back. So, but just another one of those terms they give us that helps us to keep our energy when we wake, right? We die, we wake, and then we mourn. So try not to mourn. It's a hard one to get out of your vocabulary. It really is. I still say it from time to time. I do. Try not to, though. Top of the day. How are we doing? First part of the day. Hey, happy Horizo. Horizo is separator. It separates the day from the night, the dark from the light. Happy, joy. Oh, so, hey, we haven't seen Birdie in here in a minute. So, remember? Cheap. Please don't cheap. Come and see me. Oh. Yeah, top of the day to you. Hey, look at that sunrise. Happy top of the sun coming up of the day to you. You're like, whoa, what's all that about? Well, I'm not mourning. Nobody died, so we didn't have a wake. So, huh? They'll get it sooner or later, right? But, sooner or later, they'll die, right? They'll have to have a wake. Somebody will mourn, and we're not actually supposed to mourn. If you read the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1, it tells us not. It tells us actually to celebrate and not mourn death. So go back and read the book of Ecclesiastes for me. Read 7:1, and you'll see how it talks about how if anything, we celebrate, right? And we're not celebrating under this, because under this covenant, but we celebrate death. And these people have it backwards. They celebrate birth and they mourn death. That's the exact opposite of what it tells us to do, just so you know. So if you can get that, vernacular, that verbiage, that word, and make it alien, it's hard to do because every day you wake up and you mourn. and everybody's like, hey, morning. Because like, are you an AM person? Morning, after morning, after midnight, AM. Hey, happy after midnight. Now the sun is up. How you doing? Top of the day to you. That's what I say to people. I've been saying that for a long time. People, I don't like when you say that to people. So, they want to have this morning. They want to be quiet and mourn. Shh. Trying to wake up. It takes me 3 hours to wake up. It takes me an hour to get up. It takes me an hour to put my face on. Say, go to work. How do I look, honey? Well, you look like a 10 last night. You look like a 2 now, honey. Go put your face on. So, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Good waking bacon. I don't eat bacon, but hey, how you doing? I'm awake. But people have a wake, and they wake. You have a wake after you die. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happens. You have a wake when somebody dies. They're gone. So who died? I don't know. Somebody's mourning in there. So we'll get it figured out. It's all right. We're supposed to die to flesh daily. So you're doing all right. Don't worry about it. Don't be sad. So, but that's what happens. Somebody dies. You have a wake and everybody mourns. Remember? What are you going to wear? Black? Come in here wearing black? I know I like black. So it's my favorite color, but black's not a color. So. Yeah, we're just a big intestine, KJ. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. I said that yesterday too. You know those stupid little shake it balloons, kind of like the shake weights? They're not nice. They turn inside out on themselves. That's like what we are. We're just a big track. It goes in and it goes out. Input crap, out comes crap, right? So careful, kind of. We're just a freaking meat suit. All we do is input and output. We're just a shit suit. Okay, there we are. That's all we got. I got an opening here and an exit there. Look at it. It's like that little sleeky water balloon that looks like you're playing with yourself or something. I don't mean to go there, but whatever. I went there this time. But if you think about it, is that not what we basically are? You better be more to your life than that. So that's all some people really are. Think about it. Most people eat 3 meals a day just to stay alive. We're not supposed to eat 3 meals a day. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? We're just a big filter. That's what we're supposed to do. We're like a big filter. So what do you think your thyroid is? What do you think your liver is? What do you think your kidneys are? What do you think how many filters you have? What do you think your brain is supposed to be? Yeah, it's called discernment. Imagine that. You're supposed to have a filter. Freaked out about the water balloons. Uh-oh. So what a crazy spinning and corkscrewing on a ball, third rock block from the sun in the third dimension through time and space. WHIRLED we live in, right? Do you live in a world? Are you worlding? Why do you live in a world? Are you worlding? No, that's a world. There's a world. I'm just saying they're living in the other world. They're living on the WHIRLED, not the WORLD world. So because Ziggy, take her to the nutrition channel. If you study that though, it's really easy to find that information. Though I'm saying that one right there is something that I know most people would never agree with, but just go read with your digestive system on how your body digests. You're never letting your system do what it's supposed to do to filter, you know what I'm saying? Properly eat out the raw, because you're always adding it. It's never doing just, you'll get, I don't want to go in it. It's very simple. Like I said, just go read it with her and she'll go, oh, honey, yeah. And then start attacking your colon. Like I said, go take your poop track and go, if you can, especially if somebody gets into that, and detox that damn thing. That's where all your toxins are sitting at, in your butt and your poop sack. It's a long track. If you eat 3 meals a day, your body never digests properly. Doesn't go through and start eating at the toxicity, period. Very simply, okay? I'll make it very simple for you. You're not going to start eating toxicity if you keep eating. You've got to let your gut bacteria biome stop, do, thing, and then let that intestine start doing, just go back and read. You'll see it's very simple. And if you put, I don't want to get all scientific, but it's really quite simple. You're not allowing your body to start detoxifying. When that hunger comes on, that's a good thing. It will get over that pretty quickly. You're just not used to that. You're used to dopamine dumping food in your face 3 times a day, 3 meals a day, plus snacks, Red Bulls, Cheetos, Doritos, Gatorade, all the other, yeah, I still got cabbage. I'm making cabbage, yeah. Ooh, I might make some cabbage. That's a good idea. I'll make some cabbage and some hamburger. So that's right. Then it overflows into the system. Exactly, Donald. Exactly. You don't want to let the system unclog itself. It's going to just overflow. And now that toxicity is going to be more prevalent, and people wonder why they, are 5 o'clock. Oh, feel like a freaking battery with no charge. Because you're not allowing your body to do what it needs to naturally do. It will start eating that toxicity. You'll start feeling better, not feeding more crap, dopamine dumping. Oh, more sugar, more salt. I do it. I'm guilty. I don't always eat 3 meals a day. No, I do. I skip meals, but sometimes it just depends. I've been pretty stressed. I'm not going to lie to you. This stress has been wearing my body out. So I don't want to get depressed. So, and I haven't. I told you I felt a little bit of depression yesterday. And I don't know if I ever felt anything like that. My life just feels so alone. Like, dude, I don't have no witnesses. There's not going to be no witnesses in my favor, no evidence. And I'm like, damn, like I'm definitely going to jail, There's just nothing there. So it's like, damn. Come in. Come in. Come in. Hey, what's up? Hey, I'm gonna get off here, guys. Hang out here a little bit. Neighbor came over. Yeah, I'll wrap this up. Been on here for a while. Come back on here a little bit. We'll talk again. All right, guys. And I'm gonna get myself something to eat. Like I said, I need to get some. The puppies ate my pizza. I'm a dumbass. I set it in the truck yesterday, so they had pizza. But links are in the description. Leave a comment if you'd like. Hit the thumbs up, and we'll see you guys on the next live stream. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.